How's it going, Rackle viewers? Gonna get right back into another Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition session and another grim rolls of my own personal homebrew based in the Star Wars universe, which I'm constantly reminding myself I never gave a proper title to because, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why. Probably because this was originally supposed to be like just a couple of videos, a couple of sessions, just something to make my Discord happy because they really want to try some D&D, and I felt like running it, and I ended up making it into a entire sandbox campaign where they can go anywhere in the galaxy. Needless to say, my improvisational skills have skyrocketed since I started this game. Because if it's a party of ne'er-do-wells I certainly cannot predict, it is literally the party of chuckle nuts I find myself with. And we are literally a minute from game time, and none of them are in the Discord yet. Ain't that just a great sign? I know you had a session today. Which, I'm not gonna lie, would be understandable. Fun fact, today actually is the 11th of September, ergo, I honestly would not be that surprised if people are kind of just taking a day off in memory and all that. I literally say that, and that's when I got people jumping into the Discord. This is going to be awkward when you all rewatch the footage. Oh, lordy. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and join the Discord. Who's ready to die?
So, I think I joined a different channel in chat. I thought I was in this chat the entire time.
What?
I mean, granted, we have a lot of voice channels. We actually may want to change that in the future. I literally might just make a voice channel, or I might just take this one and put it like its own thing with D&D stuff.
Oh no, I don't think I was in one of the voice chats in this channel. I think I might have been in a different one, like Hylox or yeah.
I mean, that's fair. We kind of jump in there to, just talk where we're not going to be bothered too often. Okay, we got Ark, we got Gogo, we got more. Eretz is online. He'll probably join us in a tick. And we're waiting on Dova. Boy, I can't wait for today's session because you're going to hit the part I was expecting you to hit last session. But then I got sidetracked because you all decided to do your own thing on the ship. I was just like, I'm just going to let them do this. I'm just going to laugh.
Yes, I'm sure that will not work out badly for us at all.
For those,
we didn't blow up the ship.
For those currently in this Discord thinking about being a DM, or those watching think about being a DM, general rule of thumb, and God knows I cement this as almost biblical for my faith, if your players want to roleplay, let them roleplay. Because if anything, you'll just sit there and be entertained. And the worst part is, you might take notes and maybe think of some fun encounters in the future.
Yeah, sir.
Alright, now we're just missing Eretz.
When do you step in to stop the roleplay? When is it necessary to tell them, guys, this is getting weird?
That's the neat part. You don't.
Did you just Omni-Man my ass?
I did Omni-Man your ass. Oh, I love that meme, though. So appropriate in so many situations. Especially in DMs. Hi, Eretz.
So,
hello.
Some people use it in a weird way. Like, apparently on, or on the Dungeons and Dragons Reddit, there's this guy that's been trying to convince people that darts do more damage than longbows with a specific build, and everyone is telling him, no, you're an idiot.
I mean, I can think of a few cases where that's true, but in those cases, said player could also just pick up a longbow and do more damage.
Yeah. Apparently the guy's logic is that darts are the only weapon that counts as thrown and projectile, so you can do a strength-based sharpshooter. But that in no universe does that sound like it's enough to
Wait,
be
hold on.
useful.
What's the difference between doing strength-based and dex-based?
Exactly. It's like I don't know what
It's
the
the same tab.
guy's deal is, but
I'm not gonna lie, like last couple days of this week, I've been partaking in some legal stuff and been getting stupidly high off it, and that still doesn't make sense to me.
I can think of one way, but I need to check because I know you can change your die if you're a monk, right? You can do darts with a D10 or a D12. I don't know how high a monk can go, but
D12.
that's really late game though.
Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, I think mid-game it'd be comparable to a Lombo, but I mean, a Lombo still beats you in range easily and handedly.
yeah, I think you cannot use. I'm pretty sure you cannot use offhand with a ranged weapon. I think offhand when you do a melee attack. I'm not sure, but I think.
It might. Wait a minute, hold on. I want to argue this now because I literally built a one of my fun how to make this character in D&D things, and actually one of the things was throwing daggers as a bonus action attack. I gotta reread the rules now because I might have completely screwed that up.
Yeah, I shut my mouth on the last game, but I remember seeing like, no, you cannot attack as a bonus action. You need to use your attack action to do that, but I was just not doing that.
Oh, you're talking about the Odyssey game?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyway, welcome to Star Wars. Where last you left off, you were pointed to a very peculiar planet that apparently is not that well known. A wonderful planet known as Bogano.
Oh, right, the frog. Now I
The
remember.
frog. Needless to say, I mean, you're basically contracted by Swole the Hutt to go to a supposed Jedi temple that may or may not be there, turns out it is there, and collect a Jedi artifact from said temple. Which sounded like it was going to be just an easy slip in, grab the thing, and get out, until the local fauna started attacking, trying to eat you. Which is where we left off. I'll go ahead and swap that good old screen over. Oh wow, it's actually... Yeah, so we're kicking this off right out of the gate with a good old boss fight.
Easy.
What's that sound?
Fear.
Oh, come on.
Oh, poor Go-Go.
I'm gonna become a chew toy this round.
Don't worry. This is nothing compared to what I planned for the ninja campaign.
But Go-Go, you are number one.
Which sadly just means you go last. I still need rolls from a couple of you.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Grim, but I'm afraid that rolling is just not how I roll.
Ooh.
Oh, you stink!
So, Moore now has disadvantage on his first attack of the round.
Oh.
Nah, I'm not gonna be that mean just because of a bad pun.
But I managed to skillfully walk out of the direction you were gonna drop this frog at the last second without realizing.
You did. You have a
Danger
bad...
sense, people. Oh my god, that's why I moved the crate of drugs. Danger sense.
Right. Anywho, Fluke, a giant frog just tried to splat your friends. What do?
I mean, oh, shoot. Bonus action, Hunter's Mark, and shoot. Let me see. This is.
Seems
Hunter's
like a
Mark.
good idea.
You think?
Shoot the giant frog in the face. Yes, this would be a good idea. Let me find something for Hunter's Mark.
How hard is to hit a frog?
How hard is it to hit a giant frog? That's a good question. I'll tell you this right now. 23 is definitely going to hit. Where the hell's that thing I always use for Hunter's Mark? That devil?
Oh.
Did they change this stuff again?
Am I feeling lucky? Yes, I am. I will sharpshooter the second one just because I want to hit one of those up. That's not gonna hit. Yeah, 13. No.
Sadly,
Oh,
yeah. That sadly misses. So,
Oh, it's actually a frog with AC.
it's
That's
a
good to
frog
know.
with some AC. Yes, it is a big frog with some AC. And other things. Let's see here. Oh, God.
Well, we like to be a little bit farther away. Thank you, thank you.
Alrighty.
That's it.
That's it. Alrighty. Man, there's a giant toad in front of you suddenly.
Vin's eyes go wide, and he disengages, scrambling, I'm going to say backwards towards the temple, firing off a shaky shot from his blaster as he goes. I said firing off. There we go. Not bad. 26?
Okay, I'm going to ask this real quick because I just think it's hilarious. And I love reminding you guys you might have this. Do you have inspiration currently?
Yeah.
I will let you take that crit if you wish.
It sort of feels like cheating given that I already know it's going to be a crit, but let's do it.
It's also a boss fight.
Crit.
So in his moment of panic, Vin just reacts totally on instinct, and as if guided by an outside force, his hand comes up and his shot goes directly into the creature's eye.
Which one? It's got 3 of them.
Center eye, probably.
The center eye she goes for. He goes for. They go for. Someone goes for.
Emperor's droids. Hurrah.
Okay. Solid hit, solid crit, and... You guys were worried.
I'm still worried.
The Skiwa. Bigger frog.
I'm too sober for this.
I say that every day.
No, I don't want to take that many drugs. No, not that many.
Do all the drugs.
Yes.
Bigger frog.
Become
Frisbee.
the drugs.
I am the liquor.
I was getting bored. Reckless.
That's a solid hit right there.
Yes. Reckless again.
That is also a solid hit right there. Look at that, Jesse. It's not even your turn yet. It's already down to half.
Why is it rolling my damage without me clicking it?
Yay.
Probably because I said it that way.
How dare.
It's more convenient for me. Would you like to move in some form or fashion? Or are you happy just resign next to a giant toothy toad that is currently missing one of its 3 eyes?
I mean, I don't think I have a reason to run from this thing.
I can think of a few.
So can I, but I'm looking at stat sheet. Alrighty then. Nothing else?
Nope, not on my the person.
Perfect. Jesse, giant toad. Yes, you have sneak attack. Do check it.
Okay, I was gonna ask that.
You have friends right next to it.
Anytime you have advantage or an ally close by it, yep.
Ah.
The only time you literally just won't have sneak attack no matter what is if you have disadvantage.
Alright, well, Jesse's gonna draw his vibro dagger and stab it.
Jesse, do you have inspiration?
I do not.
That's sad.
I only had it once this whole time. And I
Just-
used it to play cards.
For all the good that did you? Okay, that's
That
a
being
fucking
said, your first damage is pretty good.
yeah. That's a lot of fucking damage just for a basic attack, even.
And-
20.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that
then
fucking
Jesse-
hurts.
And then Jesse's gonna shoot it. I forgot to uncheck sneak
That's
attack.
fine.
Dang it.
Well, it's okay because you missed.
Okay. And then I am going to
Cry.
kind of just scramble off this direction.
You're gonna scramble, are you?
Or not really scramble, but more or less because I
He
want to get
did
away
use
from
a dagger, so he doesn't have to
Yeah.
take opportunity of attack.
This is true.
And that's my turn.
See, and you thought Jesse didn't know how to play his class.
I never made that accusation in public.
I did.
No, for real though. Honestly, Dova, just for knowing your class, this capability, get inspiration.
Yay!
You have no idea how much I appreciate this. Seriously, you don't even know. Anyway, it's the giant toad's turn.
He uses a tongue attack to bring Jesse closer again.
No.
I'm
Actually-
being a dick. I apologize.
Actually, you know what's
Yeah.
funny? Hold on. Oh.
What
I
have you
mean-
done?
To be fair, if it would be angry at anyone, it would be the one that cost an eye. Jesse's fine.
This is a true statement.
Hmm.
What have you done more?
A lot of things.
Good
Drugs.
point.
Who do I want to go after? Jesse did stab it for a good chunk.
But now it's partly blind.
It is partly blind. You know what? It's more pissed off about that than anything else. So, Vin,
Yep.
let me make sure it's in public. Okay, and does an 18 hit you?
I believe it does, gentlemen.
You
Been
take-
nice knowing you.
You take 10
I'm not
bludgeoning,
gentle.
4 acid, and you are now pulled here.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Sorry, how much was it? 10 bludgeoning, 4 acid.
Yep, so 14 total.
This is why I'm called Devil's Advocate.
Devil Toad's advocate, more like.
And now, everyone will watch as the giant toad hunches down closer into the mud and leaps 15 feet up into the air. Everyone
dare.
within 5 feet of it does get an attack of opportunity because of this.
Except Vin, I'm assuming, because he's moving along with it.
No, you're pulled 15 feet closer. So
Oh, okay.
you're
Then it
just
lets go
within
of
its
me.
range now. But yeah, it does provoke opportunity attack. There's nothing, I believe, that says it doesn't. Let me double check this. Nope, nothing that says it doesn't. So Vin, the Skiwa, and Luck, if you would like, you can roll a singular attack on this thing as it leaps up into the air.
Can I do something stupid?
I
Yes,
thought that
please.
was Luck's job. But yes,
He doesn't have a bomb.
this is fair.
So, opportunity of attack specifically says you can either attack or grapple.
Really?
I believe so. Let me actually check that again. Wait, I'm uncertain now, but I've seen someone grapple someone as they attempt to move out of the way.
I've also seen this. It's because grapple technically counts as like an attack action along with shove, I believe was the ruling on it. That said, can you grapple something twice your size?
I can hold on to it as it tries to run away.
It's in a run. He's just holding on to its leg being dragged behind it.
Okay.
I'm not
You know-
I'm not letting it get away.
Okay,
I
you know
think
what?
As per rules, you can not grapple it, but holding onto it, maybe.
Okay, you know what? Because it's
Okay.
funny, I will gladly allow this if that's what you want to do. You will ride this thing basically as it leaps in the air.
This is a stupid thing to do.
Oh, worse yet, it doesn't have anything for acrobatics or athletics. Oh shit. What
Oh,
was I
good.
thinking when I wrote this thing sheet? So
He's
would you
gonna
like
do
to attempt to
flip
grapple
and
the giant toad and ride it into the sky?
Just tell me how much damage I take after. God fucking damn it.
Well,
Oh,
that's
good.
funny.
It's
Let's see if it
leaving.
avoids it.
Wait! It's leaving for that Trandoshan!
It definitely does it. So this is going to be interesting. As it leaps into the air and promptly tries to land on Luck. And because the Skiwa was riding it, which actually completely fucked its entire trajectory because it was originally going to land on Thuskiwa and Luck. Instead of taking whatever damage you would have, you instead take 10 feet falling damage. That's funny. I rolled a GM. It's a 1. You take 1 bludgeoning damage.
Ow! Who takes 1 bludgeoning damage?
You take 1 bludgeoning damage because that's just falling damage since you decided to ride the bastard. That
God
said,
damn it.
Luck, I need you to make me a DC 16 strength or dexterity saving throw. Your choice which.
Oh, damn. Also, I think they still need to roll opportunity of attacks.
Vin did and Gogo did.
I'm like half awake today, Grim. What?
I need you to roll me a strength or dexterity saving throw, whichever's higher. That's unfortunate. Okay, let me pull out my dice roller. Nope, not that number. That number. Oh, this is really weird. Okay, hold up. That's actually a lot more damage than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, good. That's what we love to hear.
It's literally twice the damage I thought it was going to be. Bitch. Oh, Jesus. So, Luck, you take 33 bludgeoning damage. And you are knocked prone. I think you're unconscious.
Is he out?
He's out.
I'm out.
As you stare up, you see a Trandoshan flopping about in the wind atop a giant frog. The sight is so majestic, you just keel over.
I think it's an angel.
Speaking of said
Are you
Trandoshan,
an angel?
hey, more. Does a 22 hit
Yes,
you?
I am more. Does a what? A 22?
Yes.
Yes, it does. And
That's
I take 7 damage.
You do take 7 damage because you are angry.
No, he's stoned.
No, I'm stoned. There's a difference.
That's a secret, by the way. He drugs up before each game.
I mean,
That's
More
why I
like-
have such good ideas.
more like every night after the game, but yeah, we'll see the results of me doing that for the ninja campaign. Anyway, look, death saving throw. God damn it.
So, this thing not only can leap up into the air doing 66 plus 8 damage, but it can also bite afterwards, huh?
Yep.
This thing is nasty.
This is why I fear Ogdo
Yeah, I hope I'm doing it some justice.
God. By
I
the way,
think I am, since I already downed your Mandalorian. Go ahead, more.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, Eratz, yeah, you're right. You can't grapple as an opportunity of attack, but thank you, Grim, for allowing it because
Funny.
Because fun.
Rule of cool.
Yeah, roll fucking cool, dude. That's how I roll my games. Also, I mean, honestly, I want to say yes because I've seen it ruled as an attack action. I think even in the player's handbook it says that. I'll double check after the game.
Yeah,
Anyway.
specifically it says attack action. Opportunity of attack to make 1 melee weapon attack.
Oh, so it does specify 1 melee weapon attack. Fuck it. That was more fun to ride the toad. Speaking of the toad, hey, Fluke, there's a toad there, and your Mandalorian friend is currently underneath it, looking like he's about to be dinner.
I think I'm the one taking drugs. That did not happen. Anyway.
It's a very deadly toad.
Oh, now I roll good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's dead.
It might be actually. Hold on. Let me do some math. Let's see.
The first one was 21. The second one was an 18. For a grand total of 39. It still has its health, Grim.
I'm not done yet. Oh my. I double checked the math.
Dear
What?
God.
Man.
All yours?
Finn, it's your time to shine.
Just breathe on it and it'll die.
Man, this thing looks completely fucked.
It lost the other two of its eyes.
It's so screwed. It's gonna look at you to roar and it's gonna go meow.
That's not the sound a toad makes. Wait. Vin, would you put this thing out of its misery if you'd be so kind?
Vin stares wide-eyed at Fluke for a moment, then looks back at the thing, and realizes, oh, this thing is still dangerous. And he fires off another shot.
Roll it.
Do I still get sneak attack because the
You do,
Trandoshan
'cause-
is there?
I am
Yes,
on
you
top
do.
of it.
I swear, if this ends up being like it was with the Inquisitor and everyone just starts missing.
Damn,
That's
nice.
a 22.
I don't think I need to tell you all. This thing is dead now.
How are we gonna move this thing?
Throw it off the edge. We're gonna roll it.
Now, here's a question. Vin, is there anything else you would like to do?
Does it begin to fall?
Oh, it's dead. It literally just kind of... You shoot it in the friggin' face. It stands for a moment, blinks its two remaining eyes, and just slowly falls onto its side. Almost crushing Luck.
Yeah, I think Vin is going to run over to where Luck is. And I don't have quite enough time this turn to start stabilizing him, but he's going to... He's running in that direction. He's preparing to do that next turn.
It's okay. You have a doctor. Reem, you are the last person I'd ever want to be my doctor.
But does Vin even know that Reem is a doctor? I don't think it's been mentioned.
You see him in the med bay a lot.
The only
Okay.
time you've seen me do anything that heals would be last session when I created some Bacta to get
Gonk.
to get Go-Go on back on the scene. But I just
Yeah, Vin wasn't there for that.
All I remember from last
Yeah,
session
you
is my
jumped
third got
across.
high and got a pet squirrel.
God. But I will slide down the mouth of the creature. That was faster than I hoped. And with that, he'll look down at Jesse, and
You mean Luck?
they look the same to me.
One's are in a bucket.
Technically, two of them are in buckets.
But I'll just look down. Fine. Then you harvest your prize while I deal with the Mandalorian.
What? What are you talking about?
He wants you to take something from the frog.
And
Hi.
so I have already used my medkit, my healer feat, in order to heal Mando before. So I cannot heal him again, but I can stabilize him with the use of the medkit.
Yes, you can. I'm assuming that is what you were doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
First, I wanted to roll medicine by just picking the Mandalorian up and just yelling at him to get better. But like, I'm not that stupid, for fuck's sake.
No, that'd be funny. So, Reen takes a moment, applies some emergency first aid to your dear Mando friend. His breathing becomes less erratic, and he is stabilized. Congratulations, Luck, you narrowly avoided death.
Again.
Again.
Let me move my token off of the creature's space just for ease of access.
Fun fact, this thing's actually based off something actually in D&D.
Really?
Yep.
The bullet?
Bingo.
So we should make camp waiting for Bucket here to wake up.
I mean, the ship is right there.
As I put him in front of this thing, so whenever he wakes up, he'll be terrified.
I'm not gonna carry this guy to the ship.
Alright.
Now, that's my question. Do you guys actually go back to the ship and take a bit of a rest?
I've learned from Jedi Fallen Order, they'll respawn if we do.
What? Should I wake him up or just...
It will take him some time. I would wake him up now, but 2 doses of this. And he'll gesture towards the kit that he's using to bring Gogo up to speed. Well, human units are a bit sensitive to overdose.
I don't know much about Mandos, but I know how to wake up a soldier, so hold on a second. He's gonna pull up like a kind of like defibrillator kind of thing. This is gonna hurt. I'm basically casting Cure Wounds, but he's basically shocking you to wake up.
Electrotherapy.
It's you heal for 8.
What the
grow
fuck
up.
did you just fucking do, man?
Oh, this is called a defibrillator. It basically wakes the fuck out of you in a very violent way.
Is that like the stun gun thing on my fucking gun?
The opposite actually.
I forgot what Redneck Man did.
This is supposed to wake you up, not
Alright.
knock you out.
Then, if you'd be so kind as to roll me a perception check as you scan the horizon, expecting more trouble.
Oh boy. I have a bad feeling about this.
Prepare for trouble.
I'm making double.
14?
I don't know that fucking scene in English. Damn it! I need to Google it.
You feel something beneath your feet.
Another
Something
one.
burrowing.
Something
Then
strange is
pauses
afoot.
and looks down.
From
Guys?
the earth, right between your feet,
Have a bed.
you see a small little furry head pop out.
What?
He relaxes visibly, takes his hand off his gun.
Kill it! Kill it!
You look familiar.
Just looks up his feet, just
Murder with violence!
You look familiar. I think you had the right idea, little guy. And he reaches out and pats it on the head.
You guys really should. How do I say this? Relax a bit.
meep.
Easy for you to say. You weren't almost eaten.
I was.
Yeah, that's a good fucking point right there.
Personally, I think it should have gone on a bit longer.
The fuck no! I'm not becoming a chew toy,
I was having fun.
and I was not.
I saw it. You wrote that thing. Impressive. Crazy, what some might say.
Not gonna lie, that one was the drugs.
That one
That's some
was the
good shit.
drugs.
What should we do with this thing? He says as he sort of nudges the corpse uncertainly with his foot.
As you nudge
killed it, so claim your prize from it.
As
But-
you nudge it, Vin, the mouth slowly parts and the tongue starts rolling out. And it keeps going and going and going and finally stops almost at the edge.
I think we found Gene Simmons' pet frog.
Oh,
Damn it, Tova.
Do I remember what these guys did with the much smaller sort of creature
I still have
cutting
it.
out its glue sacks.
The glue sack.
The glue sack. Oh my god, I forgot that's what we called it.
Luca got.
Yeah, I would say you remember because it was not that long ago where you watched somebody crawl into a thing's mouth and cut out something.
With the Trandoshan sort of watching him expectantly, Vin is going to sort of half-heartedly try and see if he can do the same thing to this creature, which is kind of hilarious because I'm not even sure this creature has the same organ.
I'll
But
give
he's
him
he's just going to attempt to salvage something from this thing's corpse.
I'll offer the help action, just offering Vin pointers as I watch him operate.
Okay. Then roll me a survival check with advantage because Reem is helping you.
Wow.
That's a 9, which feels so appropriate.
No, if you cut there, it will... Oh, okay.
Vin, roll me a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. Oh, good. That's my worst stat.
Congrats, you glued yourself
That's
to the
an
inside of
8.
this.
So, Vin, you literally had to crawl into this thing's mouth to even get at where Reem is pointing you at. You see what he's talking about. You take a knife, you start trying to carve it out. You puncture it. The contents spilling all over your hands, and you find that you cannot remove yourself from this thing's mouth.
What is the... Oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I'm actually curious. What do you expect to do with that thing now that you're stuck in there?
Just shut up and help me out.
You have a lightsaber.
I have my hands glued to the ceiling of this thing's mouth.
I mean, some might say losing an arm is part of being a Jedi.
We've been over this. I'm not a Jedi, and that seems like a great reason why.
Indeed, especially
Yeah.
since you did not use your most impressive weapon to deal with this creature. If I might ask, why?
And at this point, he's just opening the mouth and keeping it open so that way someone can actually get in there.
Yeah, Vin is trying to extricate himself, but he's not the strongest member of the party.
Can I just say, I think this is going to be one of the only times I see someone get restrained by a dead creature.
Oh, with this team, I have confidence in us. I'm pretty sure we can do it again.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just curious. You know, sometimes I see a giant dead body and I think, man, I don't want to touch that, but you went right in. It's like,
I thought they smelled bad
Blame
on the
your-
outside.
I'm just curious. What was the plan?
Blame your Trandoshan friend.
Hey, you're the one who listened to him.
Wait,
Gee,
Reem's holding the mouth open, right?
Yeah.
Jesse's pretty much just gonna lean in and pull out his diver dagger. Just, okay, I'll help you. What do you want? Your hands, or you want whatever's in it?
But
Do you want me to cut your hands off, or cut your hands out?
I will keep the hands. I'll keep the hands. I want to keep my hands.
All right, well, don't touch me after this. And he goes and
This
he
is,
starts trying to cut around Vin's hands.
So, would you all call this a hands-on learning experience?
This is going to be interesting. So, Jesse, if you'd be so kind as to roll me an attack with the vibro dagger.
I need more ammo. I have one magazine left. Damn it.
Okay. Yeah. You all watch as Vin, after Jesse's up in there just cutting away, suddenly just kind of falls out from the mouth. Vin's hands are stuck to a piece of flesh currently.
I mean, it's better.
Excellent. You also extricated dinner.
Here, a trophy. See, I have it. Now let's move on. And he
It
sort
was
of
very impressive.
And he
sort
says
of-
this in a way that you would tell like a young child. It's like, yeah, your macaroni art was impressive, honey. Puts it in the trash can.
That's
Yeah,
nice,
that's our
honey.
service team. Mommy, I wrote you a song. Oh, this is so good. Here, we're gonna put it right on the fridge where everyone can see it.
1 week
But,
later, it's gone.
Yep. But while I'm in it, watching Jesse cut Vin away, would it be possible to do a medicine check to see if there's anything special about this creature that would be interesting for harvest, other than the gland that's now kind of
Broken.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
yeah. Okay. What do I know about Bogano?
Well, you don't know jack about Bogano or its fauna, but seeing as how you have a creature dead right in front of you, you can kind of peer around and poke at it. It does have a second glue sack in there.
Glue sack.
Get the glue sack. The second one
Does it
right
also-
there. See it?
And is that the only thing unique about this creature that might be exceptionally useful? Or is there anything else?
You mean other than the fact it's bigger than the last one you fought? It has 3 eyes and big ass teeth? And a long freaking tongue?
Yeah.
There is something interesting about the tongue. It seems to have an acid sac of sorts.
Acid or glue?
Acid. Seems to help with the digestion process when it's trying to grab prey.
When we're talking about acid, are we talking like molecular acid, like from aliens, or
I wouldn't say it's that caustic. Nah, well, actually no, it could very well be that caustic. Stomach acid is a nasty thing.
Kind of. I mean, it will burn you, but it won't melt you
This is true.
instantly. Now, this is a giant frog, so...
God knows what it
Fair.
could digest.
you know what? Let's. I'm gonna see about that acid. I'm gonna see if I can do something with that because I already have glue.
Okay. Roll me a survival check. See if you can manage to get it without, oh, I don't know, burning your fingers off.
I mean, I'll just regrow them anyways.
You know, Ben, how funny it would be if, you know, the same team would get stuck in the same frog twice in that road.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't stop laughing for a good minute. 11. Well, thankfully, you don't burn yourself, but because it is a very alien thing that you have no idea how to really deal with other than the fact you fought it and you are staring at it right now. Yeah, can't quite figure out the best place to cut to get into that. And the damn thing ruptured. But you don't burn yourself.
He'll be disappointed, so he'll just go back to the mouth and settle for a tooth.
Okay, that's far easier.
Yes.
Yeah, by all means. You know what? I don't even have a roll for that. It's a freaking giant toad with teeth. Yeah, you can easily break off a tooth for a trophy.
I was thinking about the eye, but that thing smells.
And it's only got 2
Not
left.
joking. Have you ever dissected a cow eye? It's awful.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I can safely say that's nothing I've had pleasure of. Thank God.
Like, the eye itself isn't the issue. It's once you cut into it and the fluids start falling out.
Gross.
This is them, but I said camping, ignore whatever the Trandoshan is talking about.
A lot of liquid in the eyes, though.
God, yes. But anyway, yep. You see a stone monolith of sorts split in half, and at its center, a far sight smaller stone pillar that's just kind of there and honestly kind of nondescript. Meep.
Is there a tree to rest nearby?
Do you see trees?
Don't.
There's a big stone tree. They call that a mountain.
Well, this is man-made, so it's not even that.
It's the same thing as fake wood.
So, is there anything else interesting nearby, or is it pretty much this structure that's the main focus of this region right now?
For the majority of you? Not really. That said, then...
Give me a minute.
As you approach that stone pillar,
I approach
you feel
silently too.
you feel cold.
Oh boy.
Ha.
Oh boy. Vin. So Vin, as you see him just sort of, peeling frog parts from his skin, he suddenly sort of freezes in place and looks up, becoming aware of his surroundings.
It's strange though, because this chill, your mind does immediately flip back to the few times now your group has encountered the Inquisitors. It doesn't quite feel like that. Something on a similar plane, so to speak, but nothing that intense. Almost like an afterthought, just in the back of your mind, chilling down your spine.
Vin pauses and kneels down in front of the pillar. Does it have any kind of inscriptions?
That you can immediately discern? Make me an
Yeah.
investigation check.
Good point. That is a 13.
It honestly just kind of looks like a stone pillar in the middle of a man-made stone structure that's been split in half. Really weirdly placed, admittedly, but beyond that and the weird feeling, nothing really of note.
Hmm.
Oh, god damn it, no.
Now the question is, how do you go about investigating it? Do you just look it over?
Well, first he slowly circumambulates the pillar. And then if he doesn't see any obvious indications on the other sides, are there any footprints around this pillar that we can see? Any signs that people have been here recently?
Specifically people? No. You see a lot of like animal tracks from various sizes. In fact, looking at some of the corpses behind you and your new little furry friend, you can suspect what made them.
But no people. No signs of traffic. Okay, so next he would sort of kneel down in front of the pillar again and just gingerly touch it.
Oh god, you touch it?
Yes.
Roll me a
With
wisdom
one
saving-
hand. And
Roll
then,
me a wisdom
okay.
saving throw.
Ouch.
I'm sure this will end really well for us. That's a 6.
We really need to get you resilient.
Explosion of force damage.
Yes. This
So,
rock is made of rock.
then, after circling this thing, seeing basically just an old stone pillar kneeling in front of it, that chill ever present in the back of your mind, finally curiosity gets the best of you and you reach out. And just as a single finger graces the cold stone, you see flashes, images. A little fuzzy, a little hard to make out. But you definitely see a red-headed man and a little droid you swear you recognize in one of the images, laying their hand upon this pillar. You lock on to that one sole image of that man. as the pillar itself seems to twist, turn, rise, and open. And when you open your eyes, you find everyone else has seen this too, except for the man, because that's exactly what the pillar does. And there is a very narrow doorway that seems to beckon you.
Vin puts on his best "I meant to do that" face. It is surprisingly convincing.
Yeah, I was wondering when you were going to actually use the Force on it.
Luke, you're
has
beginning to
his-
suspect Vin may in fact be a Jedi.
I was there in the throne room when Gracchus told her that she was a Force sensitive. Told him.
We all saw the Inquisitor.
Yes.
You talking about angry Jedi lady?
Also, I'm glad you know what you're doing because I don't want to go there.
Vin stands up, dusts off his hands, still slightly sticky from the frog, and turns back around to the rest of the group. Well, shall we?
Oh, we.
What? You do not wish to come with?
I don't even know.
To a hole in the ground in a ruin of a planet that's floating island. No, I don't want to go, but sure, whatever.
I
It
just
sounds
look
fun.
at I just look at Vin, and then I look at Mando, and I'm like,
The question is, are you up to it?
Go,
Huh?
go. I think that's your answer.
That's his response.
He did just get
Vin-
cold cocked by a giant frog, so fair.
Currently not in my mindset of the same thing I'm supposed to be thinking right now. I kind of just got crushed by Mr. Froggo over there, and everything hurts. I kind of want to just like lay down and take a nap.
Fair.
Vin pauses. I see. As I approach this entrance, does the cold feeling grow stronger?
Oh, it seems to waft from that entrance. In fact, because Fluke also pointed out something curious about the entrance, I need Fluke and Vin to roll me a quick perception check.
Vin will roll this perception check. Vin double clicked for some reason, but that's a 10.
yeah,
Okay.
well, 20 does that.
Well, Fluke, to you, that just looks like a hole in a pillar, which is strange. Then, I find it hilarious, I actually made the DC 10 and one of you failed this. But then you notice the hole seems to just go straight in. And just goes. And goes. And goes. No incline, no decline. Just a straight path forward.
I mean, it's just a
God.
hole in the ground. How big can it be?
Well, perhaps the Trandoshan has a point, though. Let us
Okay, that's a new one.
go. Let us close it up and go back to the ship. And he sort of squints at the pillar, pokes the pillar with one finger. Huh. We may not have a way of closing this. I suppose we are the only ones here, so it should not cause too much trouble, as he's just sort of poking and prodding ineffectually at the pillar.
It stands defiantly open.
Well, we will be back shortly. after a visit to our med bay, and he kind of sounds like he's addressing the pillar, and then he just sort of awkwardly walks away from it, and oops, I don't have my token selected, that's why. Sort of awkwardly walks away from it.
Pretty much right when he turned around, Jesse's just sitting there, just awkwardly staring at you. Just rocks don't talk.
That depends on how well you know them. And he sort of pats the
it's a rock.
Sort of pats the blaster at his side.
It's a rock.
I think she took the Trandoshan's drugs.
I do too.
I did too.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
This is all just one big drug trip. We never actually got back after Riddick.
I can see it.
Meep.
Well, I'm going after him.
But Jesse, what are you? No!
He was chasing his emergency food supply.
I mean,
He's here from
we're gonna
the
lose the
tunnel.
emergency food supply.
No, but not you too.
You just hear coming out of the tunnel, just yeah.
Either you can walk, Mando, or I can carry you.
Actually, I think I can walk.
Oh, Jesse, come on, keep going.
This seems
I need a
like
stick.
a
I need a
bad
cane.
idea.
I feel like an old guy.
This seems like a very bad idea, but I suppose that is our trademark. And Vin will start chasing after Jesse and Fluke.
Okay. So you enter the pillar, so to speak, and it occurs to you very quickly that this tunnel is way too long and a little bit too even to actually be going into the pillar proper. It feels like a couple of minutes before finally...
Jesse, I lost you.
I can't see anything. Oh wait, there's a wall.
Where? Ow!
Forward.
Found it.
Guys,
Everyone, be
where the
very
fuck
quiet.
are we?
Hey,
Be
found a light.
very... Wait!
I can see.
Wait! Wait!
This can't go
Then
wrong.
slowly, stealthily slips down the corridor. Do I see any evidence that someone has recently been through here?
Honestly, you're trying to figure out what point the tunnel seems to have expanded to encompass all of you to walk side by side, because you don't recall it being that wide when you started walking down it. But you do see, of all strangest things to be found here, steel grating and solid steel durasteel walls on either side and a door ahead of you.
Does it look like Empire make?
Roll me an investigation check.
That's a 26.
Definitely not Empire.
Okay. Okay. So this has been here for a while. So Vin is going to try to sneak up to the door. And he pauses there. Does he hear anything on the other side?
You do. As you approach the door, you hear the hiss of hydraulics as the door slowly opens.
He pulls back into the shadows.
Don't think there are any shadows.
Not in that hallway. That hallway is far more brightly lit than the one you're in currently.
Hey,
Is
you
this-
still trying to hide from the hallway?
And there's another door at the other end.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, pardon
Quietly.
me, but allow me to get ahead of you. I have a shotgun.
Quietly, 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 making almost no sound. He walks
Ow,
down
crap.
the hall and stops at the door.
Can you defibrillate him again?
Oh yeah.
Damn it, Jesse.
Come here, boy. I have something for you.
No. No, please
By the
no.
way, where did the little creature go? Did we see it go somewhere, or did it just sort of?
That's the part you're worried about?
Yeah, because the door cut behind us kind of just.
Did it? Oh, did the door
Ah.
close behind us?
Yeah.
As
just a
everyone
bit.
passes through, Fluke being the last one to kind of tarry behind, in all honesty, you hear that same hydraulic hiss behind you, and the door shuts.
Hey Ben, I want to tell you, I blame you for this.
Oh no. I've seen this scene in Resident Evil. The doctor's the first one to die. Shit.
Wait a minute. It's a hallway in Star Wars. There's a Sith on the other side.
Then stops, turns back to see the closed door.
Oh, come the fuck on.
Well, I suppose it would be unoriginal to say that I have a bad feeling about this. He
I've heard you
starts.
say that 10 times already.
He starts searching the door at this end of the hall. Is there an obvious way to open this door? Any kind of mechanism or anything?
Make me an investigation check.
That's a 14.
Looking at
it's
it,
almost mocking you. Use the force.
use the force. Use the force, Luke.
He's actually his lightsaber is not extended, but he does have it in one hand. He's just holding
Not
it
that
as though he's
force.
thinking about doing something with it.
Does it work with Durasteel, though?
If it's made out of Durasteel. That said, eyeballing the door a little bit more closely, it seems weird and out of place of all things. It doesn't even look like kind of the similar door you just passed through that closed behind you. But you do feel something indeed.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
That chill you were feeling the entire time as you were approaching the pillar, walking down its wonderful little tunnel, somehow ending up in this place. It was faint before, but as you approach this door, you just feel it get stronger and stronger. It's almost mind-numbing.
Finn extends his lightsaber.
Immediately, I turn around towards the lightsaber sound.
Do you ignite the
What?
lightsaber?
Yes.
You ignite the lightsaber.
And he takes one step back from the door.
Immediately, the chill vanishes. At least in that direction. You find your eyes drawn to the door you just came through. And you see that image of that red-headed lad one more time.
Does everyone see it? Do only I see it?
Just you.
What is he doing?
You watch
I
as
was
he...
about to say that.
You watch as he, much as you have, walks through the door you just came from. Jesse, don't do that. He walks through the door you just came from, approaches the door in front of you, giving you a once-over, kind of rapping on it for a moment. Before something seems to catch his attention, he turns back from the way he came. and unsure, but convicted, goes back to the door he came in originally.
Are you well, Vin?
I am trapped in an underground edifice. He sort of just trails off there and starts walking towards this end of the chamber.
Underground what?
Vin inspects this door. Does it seem openable? And does it seem like it's the same make as the door on the other end of the hallway, or not so much?
Seems just a hair bit different this time. Not by much, though, and not exactly by sight, per se, but more so just the feeling of it.
Okay. And no visible mechanism?
No. Now, the question is, though, and this seems to be an important question as of late, do you touch it? Do you touch the thing?
Is the let's say the cold feeling still emanating from this side of the room?
Mm-hmm. Not to the very, oh crap, dangerous degree you felt it on the other side.
Then, yes, he touches it. His lightsaber is still extended. But he touches it with his hand. I mean, not the lightsaber.
The door parts and opens. And what you find is a similar but unfamiliar hallway this time.
What the heck?
So is just Vince seeing that, or
You
all of us can
all
see
see
this?
this.
That's interesting.
Mm.
It's like Willy Wonka.
I don't like this.
We're gonna open the next door. We're gonna see Gene Wilder in a top hat.
Mando, remember that blade I gave you? I recommend keeping the Ripper blade handy.
I don't have that on me at the moment. I gave it to the droid. I
I'm
have my
just
dagger
staring
though.
at him now.
Gonk.
Maybe I should defibrillate him again. Maybe I fix his brain.
Good luck with that. But anyway, then, different hallway, different door at the end of said hallway.
You're the Force user here. What are we dealing with?
You keep calling me that.
Because Krakus called you that.
And the lady, the spirit lady, was looking for you.
Is not here.
Use your brain magic. What do we do?
Then walks to this end of the hallway and just frowns.
Why am I taking the lead?
Yeah.
He,
You're the AC tank.
He unextends the lightsaber. It is off.
Idea. We cut through the wall and see what's inside.
That is not the worst plan.
I think that is the worst plan.
Guys, I have an idea. Let's try knocking.
Yeah, I have an
That's
idea.
not how this group rolls.
You try-
do not knock.
Yeah, try anything else that is not destroying the building. How about that?
In the words of Vegeta, what is that? Some kind of food?
So, by the way, this door didn't close behind us? Or did it?
Nope.
Okay. Vin reaches out and touches this door. Does anything happen?
Something does happen, Vin. Something indeed does happen. The door opens.
Yeah,
Oh.
you wanted to destroy it.
That looks familiar.
That doesn't look familiar at all to me.
That's Captain Fordo.
I'm about to say, actually,
That's Draz.
Luke, you're going to see someone very familiar to you. In fact, as you all find yourselves drawn beyond the door, you find that you recognize, every single one of you recognizes someone in front of you.
Huh.
Where's
Guys,
Eric at?
you're cluttering the hallway. Come on. Thank you.
Out of curiosity, are you all here with me?
As you say that, Reem, you turn to your friends, and you find they're not actually there anymore. As you look to the strangers in front of you, to you, you only see the one. The one that looks so very strikingly familiar, because it seems to be your mother.
Oh,
That's a female?
That's what female Trandoshan look like? It looks like the freaking Joker.
Trandoshans look like Trandoshan. Can you tell the difference between a male and a female Kenku? I think it's the same thing.
Fair.
She smiles at you, Reem, and hisses. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised you survived this long.
I am a superior hunter.
Are you? I think the scorekeeper frowns upon the use of narcotics during a hunt. A trophy won by means other than tooth and claw and tool is a shameful trophy indeed.
It is merely another tool.
Is it now? And you don't just use it because it's the only way you can win.
I do it because I desire to. It is not a crutch to me.
So tell me, how have you earned the scorekeeper's favor recently?
I just take the silverback Wookiee pelt that I skinned and just present it.
That's worth many Jagarath points, if taken fairly. Do you think it was fair in the eyes of the scorekeeper?
It was an equal bout.
She looks upon you, Reem. Judgingly, a familiar look you've come very acquainted with. Before she gives a menacing grin that you find very familiar every time you look in the mirror.
Oh, that's unsettling.
And with a very slow nod of her head, she fades from existence. Now
I
then.
need to cut back.
Now then, Jesse, you thought you heard Reem asking a question a moment, turned, only to find he's not there. Out of confusion, and because I swear it's just in character for you, you turn to ask where the hell Reem went. You find everyone else is gone too, and it's just you and Draz sitting in this big chamber.
Where'd they go?
Oh, don't worry about them. I'm pretty sure they'll be along eventually. Now then, Jesse. I'm kind of curious, all things considered. Are you happy?
Well, I got my ship.
You mean my ship?
No.
I think you mean my ship, boy.
My Avengers at one point. But the last at least 10 years it's been mine. So
And what do you have to show for them last 10 years, Jesse? What have you earned, exactly?
a few 100,000 credits. I upgraded the ship, which is something that you never even bothered doing.
I never had to because, you know, good smuggler gets by on their wits. And, if need be, a quick blaster trigger.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I remember seeing you, at least before Nar Shaddaa, you got shot.
Yeah, and I do seem to recall a certain somebody not exactly helping me.
Well, that might have something to do with the fact that I was missing an arm at the time.
Hasn't seemed to stop you lately, now has it?
Yeah, I have a metal arm now.
So I ask again, Jesse. Are you happy?
As far as I'm concerned, I am.
And what are you happy about?
Well, I got the ship.
My ship.
I got pretty good crew.
That you pay.
Wait. He's supposed to pay
He
us?
does?
Wait a second.
You all don't hear this.
Wait,
You're
I'm
lucky we don't.
I mean, they haven't asked me for pay, so I haven't paid them yet.
Really? You haven't paid them, you say? Then why are they with you?
Must be my personal charm.
My boy, a lot of things you do have. Charm. Some. Not a lot, though. So why are they with you?
Well, Lux, my friend. Vin needed off of Tatooine. And the other two? Honestly, I don't really know.
Fair.
I'm sorry, are you trying to tell me at the moment your entire crew is made up of friends?
I mean, as far as I know.
Jesse, my dear boy. That was the right answer. And you watch Jesse as he kind of gives a little two-finger salute to you and fades from your sight.
Why do people keep disappearing when I'm near them?
Well,
Now then, since I'm conveniently going down the line, then much like everyone else, you swear you heard someone ask a question and find yourself alone in this massive area with a familiar man who has his back turned to you.
He has his back turned to me.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Vin takes another look around the room, confirming his conclusion that the others are no longer there. And then he begins to... Do I feel that the coldness or the negative energy is radiating from this person in front of me?
Roll me a wisdom check.
Okay. That is a... I'd say 4. I don't think it's going... Okay.
Absolutely nothing. No cold, no chill. Just nothing.
Interesting. Vin is going to sort of stealthily creep forward, sort of circumnavigating this guy. And what do I see when I get a look at his face?
You see Cal meeting your eyes.
What are you doing here?
Your guess is as good as mine, honestly. I guess I'm here
What?
to ask you a question.
What question?
Have you decided yet?
Decided what?
Your path.
Vin stares at Cal for a good long while. And then he says, "My path unfolds itself in front of me. I will not decide anything until I have to." His hand is still on the, he still has the lightsaber in his hand, actually, but it's not turned on.
Make me a sleight of hand check. Actually, that kind of depends. Are you making it obvious that you're kind of nonchalantly reaching for your lightsaber just in case, or are you trying
He's had it in his... He's just continued having it in his hand. He's not really... I guess he's not really reaching for it, but he has it, but it's not turned on.
Okay.
He's not really trying to hide the fact that it's in his hand, if that's... As long as it takes me away from those sisters.
Well, I kind of hate to break it to you, but they're not going to stop.
Why do you say that?
Because to them, you're one of two things. Like I was.
What
either-
two things are those?
You're either a possible asset that they can use, or a threat that needs to be eliminated. Do you know what this place is?
Not really, to be honest. But I have some ideas.
It's a temple created by an alien race that's long gone now that were force sensitive.
That
It focuses
was
here.
not one of the ideas.
The force focuses here. It shows us things. And even those, like your friends, even if they're not Force sensitive, will find themselves in some interesting predicaments.
He tenses up, looks around again to where the last place he saw the rest of the crew. What sort of predicaments are they in?
Oh, don't worry. They shouldn't be in any danger, but that's kind of just the will of the Force, I find.
How can I find them?
I think what you should ask is, where do you find yourself?
He narrows his eyes. I told you that already. Any place that is not near those sisters is a good place for me to be.
That's not going to be an option forever.
Well, if they will not go away, and he switches on the lightsaber, not in an aggressive way, like he's not lunging at Cal or anything, but he switches it on to kind of punctuate the thread and says, if they will not go away, I am not entirely without my resources.
So you wouldn't join them?
He shudders. Join them. That... I can't say exactly why, but that sounds like a fate worse than death.
So no.
So no.
Cal smiles at you, Vin. Then you are on the right path. And as he says that, slowly fades from existence.
What? What do you mean that I... But hey, where are you going? Wait, where are my friends? And...
Now, Fluke. A lot of things you probably could have suspected to find in a place that's supposedly gonna contain Jedi artifacts. What you didn't expect is to find your Clone Commando trainer here, of all places.
Almost like out of, you know, he does like this military salute to him. You cannot be here. That's impossible.
But I am here. CC1149.
I gotta say, I haven't heard that name in a while.
Oh, right, you go by Fluke now.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I like my code, but it tends to draw eyes, and I don't know. What are you doing here?
I'm here to make sure the mission gets completed, soldier.
I don't know if you noticed, but the mission was completed. We are no longer in the army. The army doesn't use clones anymore. We are done. They don't need us.
Good soldiers follow orders.
Yeah, I heard that phrase enough times already. I never understood that.
So why haven't you killed the Umbaran yet?
Why would I? It's not a Jedi.
Force sensitive with a lightsaber. Seems Jedi enough to me.
Yeah, that's the thing. I never understood what was the thing. I know you told me they betray us, but that makes no sense. That he doesn't seem capable of anything. Anything like that, at least. Capable, yes. Of killing me? No.
Jedi are a threat to us all. One Jedi can wipe out an entire platoon of troopers. Some without even batting an eye.
Yeah, but I was told they fought alongside us. That makes no sense. Why are we fighting them now? What happened?
Because they're dangerous.
Well, yeah, they are.
Luke, do you know what a Sith is?
I think. I mean, I don't know specifically. I think I saw one the other day, and I still have nightmares about that thing.
They're what happens when a Jedi goes bad.
Then what happens when it goes well?
Do you think that risk is worth taking?
I think it would be wrong just, killing someone because of what might become, not what it is. Feels a little, extreme.
The commander before you, Fluke, regards you for a moment, before slowly standing to attention and giving you a salute.
Then there may be hope for you yet, brother.
And as his hand lowers from his helmet, he fades from your sight.
It was nice seeing you too, brother. Now, how the hell do I get out of here? Hello?
Now then, look! You recognize the armor in front of you. You know the man inside it very well. Which makes it a little bit more confusing because that man's dead.
How? What? No.
Boy,
What
we're
actually-
Mandalorians. We don't die easy. Now, why are you here of all places?
I'm following my friends. I'm helping my friends out.
Friends. We are Mandalore. We don't have friends.
But we do.
We have clans. Made up of foundlings. And those of Mandalore. And you surround yourself with outsiders. Why?
I haven't been able to find anyone like me.
Have you looked?
I have looked. I've looked everywhere. I haven't found anybody besides like one guy. But I can't even like talk to him because I don't remember if he's still there or not.
And what do you hope to gain out of these friends of yours?
the family that I'm missing.
You hope the fine clan Fyrock. You think they can help?
They've helped me this far.
And what will you do, Luck of Clan Fyrock, if you do find them?
I will stay with my friends, maybe. Depends on what happens.
Are they your clan now?
Yes.
In that case, Luck of Clan Fyrock, I hope you bring them glory.
I'm just gonna collapse here. Just collapse. Lay on the ground. Just no emotion. Nothing. Just collapse.
Wait, you have emotion?
As
The only face I know from you is T.
As Luck collapses in a heap with a metallic clang, you all hear it. Your eyes are drawn to the Mandalorian laying there. And the fact that you all can see each other again.
In danger, and Vin quickly turns off the lightsaber, which he was kind of waving around slightly.
What's just happened?
I have no clue.
But you saw it too?
I saw something.
Guys, the Mando is dead. Come on. I need to defibrillate him real quick. Give me a second.
I'm
Laying
not
his armor.
fucking dead. I'm laying down.
I got this armor.
Oh, sorry.
It's very difficult to tell.
That frog must have landed on me fucking hard because I'm confused.
That's all of us right now.
We should remove his helmet and check for injuries.
Don't
What,
you
you
fucking touch me.
You also saw a few ghosts as well?
Ghost.
Oh,
Yes, that is one way of putting it. But I hope he is not dead.
I'm
Oh,
talking. I ain't dead.
I don't think whoever I saw is dead. Unless something happened very, very recently.
I mean, to be honest, mine could be dead or not. I thought it was.
Mine's not. I don't know.
Wait, you all know him?
Him?
What? My commander? Of course I know him. Why wouldn't I?
What? Oh,
I'm pretty sure my mother isn't a him.
well.
I'm pretty sure my commander is not your mother. What?
Out of character, God fucking
Some
I
species of
see.
clone have been known to change species or to change gender from male to female.
Let's head back to the ship. I need to run some tests.
Wait a minute, I got two things. Question first. First off, where the heck did you guys go?
I don't know.
I was about to
Seriously,
ask the same thing.
Like, Lizard here asks a question about if they can see something, or I don't remember what the question was. I turn around and answer, there's no one there. And second off, is there something here that we're supposed to be getting for the slug?
Well, perhaps.
I mean, that looks like a door down there.
You know,
Yes.
I was expecting to find a relic, lightsaber. No, some robes maybe. I don't know. This is.
Let's get you up, Mando. Come on.
I don't even know.
Look, either you stand up or I defibrillate your ass. Come on.
I can get up. Yeah, sure, I'll get up.
Get up, soldier. Come on.
I'm up. I'm moving.
So, couple of things. First off, everyone here gets the benefits of a short rest.
Yay.
I can get my.
Good, because we kind of need that.
I gain nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Also, a few other things. One moment.
I roll some hit dice.
Wait a second. I'm gonna copy paste this because the chat is going.
How many times do you have to fucking hit the hit dice?
As many
Until
as you
I
have.
health.
You have 5, and you can spend how many you want.
You have 5, and then you can spend up to 5.
Though
I
you only
agree,
recover
right?
half after a long rest.
Yes.
Half of your
Yeah.
hit dice.
Yeah, but your long
Good.
rest could last weeks.
Half rounded up or down?
I go
Hold
up.
Rest hit dice.
Oh damn.
General rule is to round down. Okay.
Oh wait, so I only get half the amount I rolled.
No, you get half of your total. Round it up.
I'm confused.
You're about to be more confused.
Roll one more hit die real quick.
So the max we can get is what half of it is, right?
On a long
No,
rest. You can use as many as you
roll the
have.
dice, whatever number it shows, you add that to your current hit points. And then later, you will regain the hit dice on a long rest, but you regain half of
Half
them
of
each
the hit
long rest.
dice. Okay, I got confused. I was worried that I gave myself too much health.
And I have whispered each of you a little feat y'all got from this wonderful encounter with some of your forebearers.
There were 5 though.
So copy and paste.
Got up
this
more.
and just throw.
I can just take yours away if you want.
Holy shit! I'm gonna. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, this could be extremely broken.
Yeah, Grim gave us all a little something similar to that.
On the Google Docs right now. I'm gonna post it here so that I have it somewhere.
You can
That-
add it to your character sheet as well.
Yep.
How do I add that? How do I do that?
You copy and paste.
Yeah,
Okay.
features and traits, press the plus icon, and then you can edit a new thing.
This also seems like a pretty good spot to take a quick little break.
I come up with a name for it?
You're more than welcome
Yeah.
to.
I was this close to say, fuck it, I'm gonna kill the Jedi. This
I
close.
know. And if you had chosen that and actually had tried to go through with it at some point, you would have gotten something completely different.
That would have been interesting.
I'm not going to
Hey,
lie,
like
it would have
that.
been a really interesting subplot.
I like to think I do mind fucks really interestingly.
Well, suffice to say, you've cemented an idea within the Skiwa. Deception now. He's going to try something that likely will get him killed.
He's going to eat the Jedi.
He's gonna eat something.
The lightsaber. The grenade.
How else am I gonna cut calories?
Wow.
Panya. Alright. So, Grim, if you need to check my sheet for the information you put, it's under Resolve. Source, the Force. Because you can't tell me that wasn't the Force.
That was definitely the Force. But anyway, as I said, quick little break. And I shall be right back. And as I said, quick little break, everyone watching. I hope you're enjoying so far. I will be right back. Enjoy the Nar Shaddaa playing. That is Nar Shaddaa playing. The hell, I thought I fixed that. Anyway, enjoy Nar Shaddaa music until I get back. And I have returned. Let's see where everyone else is at.
Right.
Dens.
Dens.
Yeah. I was just
Dens?
Hobbit that was on the quest for third breakfast. But yeah, my question is, what class would you use if you wanted to make someone like Khal Drogo?
Who is Khal
Barbarian,
Drogo?
for sure. Maybe a fighter, maybe.
Jason Momoa in Game of Thrones.
Okay, that explains it. I've never seen Game of Thrones, never intend to.
You want a picture of him? He's awesome.
I mean, if you look at it, he's a barbarian, but if you
Sure,
see him
why
fight,
not?
he's a very skilled barbarian.
Fighter Barbarian multi-class, I would guess.
Yeah.
Battle Master Barbarian.
And follow-up question.
But yeah,
Hodor.
for sure, barbarian.
What would you use for Hodor?
Hodor? Barbarian.
Yeah, just straight up Barbarian.
Could be the new giant fighter, but I don't see it.
Does that sell UA?
No, that's why it's Tasha's. Wait, is it Tasha's? It is official now.
I have Tasha's. I need to look that up at some point.
So I'm looking at images of this Khal Drogo character. Are you sure this isn't like from 300 or something?
No, that's from Game of Thrones.
I know he has like 8 abs, but no.
Like,
Game of Thrones.
he cuts a guy's throat, then rips his tongue out through his neck.
Like I said, barbarian.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Uh,
And the thing is, he has like the coolest voice in it.
yeah, and he dies in
In a real bad way. God,
Vegetable
Yeah.
time.
I hated that.
Such a cool character. How he dies? Oh, he got a small cut and got infected.
Like, I've been showing Go Game of Thrones for the last couple weeks or months, and I'm pretty sure Khal Drogo dying hurt him. And here's the thing: he
Wait.
got to the Red Wedding last night.
Oh God.
Wait, so you guys are telling me that this guy was killed by an infection?
Yep.
Basically, a guy was going and making fun of his wife, and like aimed a and pretty much aimed a pointed sword at him. Or it's not a sword; it's one of those hook type sword things that
It's
they
like a
use.
kopage thing.
Scimitar?
It's like a sickle kind of. But he's
It's-
sitting there holding it out, and Khal Drogo literally just walks into it and starts yelling at him and stuff. And he's cool.
Like, looking at this guy, he's the type, like, I immediately get the vibe of, like, if this guy was poisoned and you told him he only had an hour left to live, first thing he'd do is run into an enemy army and start slaughtering as the Doom music plays.
Yeah, I mean, I would
This is
like
the
a
guy that
spinoff
goes
of
out just
only
killing
him.
everyone.
Yes.
It is.
I want a spinoff of only him. I would be entertained the entire time.
Have you seen Aquaman?
Yeah, but I don't like DC stuff. DC stuff is usually they're not the best at movies.
Just
Aquaman
like
is
Marvel.
pretty good. I would say that those movies are pretty good. Aquaman, Wonder Woman, the first one.
Any
I mean, I
action-
did see Shazam. I like Shazam.
any
Shazam.
action-
Shazam has-
Have you seen the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember I was the entire Joker's monologue because I had a theater class that I was taking, and I had to perform a monologue for it. So for 2 years, I literally just did the Joker monologue from it.
My father
My father.
was a drinker and a fiend. One day, he goes to the gas station to buy cigarettes. He doesn't come back.
Wait, what?
More
Like,
tick
this doesn't
inspiration for
sound
that,
like
'cause
the
that was
one.
great. He goes to the gas station and he just doesn't come back. It's been 20 years.
And he snaps, "Where's my father, Bruce?"
I would like to find him one day and show him my knife. And also this neat trick I do with a pencil.
Oh my god. The Joker is John Wick.
I mean,
And he got rehabilitated. He became a professional assassin.
Oh my god.
He killed the guy with a pencil.
With a fucking pencil.
Who does
does
that?
that?
2 people I'm aware of. Anyway, are we all back?
I
I think we never left.
Fair, I
That
did
is
give
wrong.
you something fun to play with.
I did drugs this scene, which is hilarious because this time I didn't.
This time you didn't. You were basically on a drug trip, thanks to the Force. Anyway, that all said, I could probably change that music now. But nah, I like it. It's thematic.
I've been having jazz play in the background. Let me turn that off and turn yours up.
I mean, you already know what it's going to be, so.
Yes.
In all fairness, though, I love this track for Final Fantasy VII. For creepy stuff, I love it.
It's definitely good.
But anyway, so exchanging stories of your own personal experiences, seeing very different people from each other, and having each other just suddenly reappear, you soon find yourselves just alone in this big room with only one more door that is new to you and you haven't tried to open yet. What do you do?
I swear to
What
God, this is a
happened, right?
bathroom.
Oh god. Yo, where's this dark sitting there on a toilet? He just scoots over. Have a seat.
Have a seat. Misa waiting for you for a long time. Have a seat.
It's like that freaking clip of Bugs Bunny in the bathroom stall.
Vin touches the door to put us out of this misery. No, Vin inspects the door and then gingerly touches it when it doesn't seem to have an obvious mechanism for opening.
Upon your touch, it slowly slides open. And for the briefest of moments, everything goes dark.
Even for Vin?
Even for Vin.
Ooh.
That's a holocron.
And you find yourselves in a slightly more fitting place from what you would expect out of all this nonsense. Before you, a large stone altar with a statue. Beside it, more statues.
Time for Jesse to go full Indiana Jones.
The statues on either side of this rather big room are all of slightly armored and also robed figures, holding a single sword in both hands. The one on the altar, however, is different from them. It seems to be made completely out of a metal of some sort. But in its hand is, in fact, a glowing blue cube of interesting design.
This place.
Then you hear a whisper, a soft one in the back of your mind that seems to stretch across years, coming from that holocron.
I am measuring a wall.
Vin is walking towards the figure on the altar as if he's in a trance.
Oh, weird. I did miss a section of the damn wall. Figures I would.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, whoops. Don't mind the man behind the curtain! That doesn't exist!
He's just over there.
Here's my pet spider monkey. Bob. He
Bob?
builds things.
Good God.
And
I take it that's what we're here for.
is this?
As you get closer, it's not just one whisper anymore, but many. In a language you've never heard before, but you swear you can almost understand.
Shamalama.
Then, if you'd be so kind as to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
That's what I was afraid of.
There we
Real
go.
quick, out of
18.
character.
That's surprisingly good.
What's the lighting status in this room? Are we all able to see?
That's them. Are y'all able to see? No, honestly,
Guys,
y'all,
Yes.
like y'all
Me
should be
have
able to see.
flashlight? Yeah, I can see, but
Okay.
I'm about to say, if luck can see, then everyone can see. But then, you focus for a moment, and you find the reason you comprehend some of what you're hearing is because it's not just one language you hear, but many different ones. You try to filter through it, and you hear what sounds like an old man in the process of a lecture, it seems. And then another. And then a female voice. The discussion seemed to relate almost entirely on the Force.
Can I hear the details of what they're talking about?
Make me a wisdom check.
It sounds like they're teaching a class, a group of That's one shiny cube.
Boy, that cube sure is shiny. That's a lot of people talking about the Force. But beyond that, can't quite make heads or tails as the voices begin to overlap one another. The conversations overstepping. And that brief glimmer you had is gone as it just fades into white noise in your mind.
Vin shakes his head, puts a hand up to his temple. What is everyone else doing at this moment?
Well, luck seems to have fallen over again.
I'm just looking around. Can
I'm being curious.
I investigate these statues? See what they look like or what they could be?
You sure can.
I roll investigation, right?
Yep.
Can I do that too?
Yep.
Ooh, go.
Gogo's a smart lad. Very
Or
contrary to
perceptive.
some things he's done. Jesse has his moments too. You both have heard from different sources what you identify these statues to be of. But both of you come to the same conclusion. That these are statues of Force users, possibly Jedi, though they seem to be alien in a sense of you've never seen this race before.
I can't make this out, but these are something.
Yep. This is made of rock.
Oh my god.
Never seen anything like this before.
Are you gonna take the thing or just look at it? Come on, I don't like this place.
Yeah, take the blue glowy thing.
And Vin reaches out to grab the cube.
You know, on a second thought,
And as Fluke literally says something contrary to what is happening, Vin plucks the cube from the upturned palms of the metal statue. And all is still for a moment. But only a moment.
Now, what is this thing?
Hey Vin, does 21 hit you?
Yes.
15 bludgeoning damage.
And he goes tumbling back onto the stone.
Yep, the statue is
Hey!
what struck you. Hey Dova, you probably recognize this thing.
gosh, a big boy.
He does?
You're annoying.
Well, Dova out of character recognizes this thing. Also,
Oh,
no,
got
you're here.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, is it just the one? Please tell me it's just the one.
To your immediate sight and knowledge, it's just the one.
God fucking damn it.
Hey, what did I do to deserve? Wait a minute, what the hell is that thing? And he sort of scrambles back to his feet.
Yes! I'm not one!
You're not bottom of the order.
Wow, 23, 22,
I know.
I mean, it makes sense for the sniper to be that prepared.
22.
Vin,
What
you're
I'm
at
getting
the
out of
bottom.
this is that everyone else was like, oh yeah, Vin, take the thing, and knew that the minute he took it, something was going to jump off. So,
Oh, for sure I knew that.
Out of character. Yeah.
Vin was just like, yeah, sure, nothing bad can happen.
Yeah, I'm in a Jedi temple plucking an ancient Jedi artifact from this steel statue, even though all the other statues are made out of stone. Oh, that was obvious. The Skiwa. That metal statue is looking a lot less friendly suddenly and abruptly as it backhands your dear Umbaran. Friend's a word.
Acquaintance.
Immediately break out the shotgun, load a slug in, run up, and at first he goes towards one of the drug canisters on his side, but he pauses, looking down at it, before just shaking himself and firing his shotgun at the Zepho statue without it, recklessly, because you don't have to rage to reckless apparently.
Nope, you do not.
And shotgun. That's a 17.
That hits.
Okay, I was worried. It's only a 2 though. I'm not raging.
Sad.
Extra attack.
Extra attack.
That's a better shot. Only for 9 though. That's sad.
Hey, 9's still 9.
And pretty much after firing both shots, I guess Vin would be able to hear,
It's just another tool.
that's all I can
I
do.
agree. This thing is a total tool. Sorry.
Luke, the metal statue is now attacking your compatriots here.
I'm gonna use my new feature twice. Well, fuck it. And I'm gonna use my favorite foe. So add a D4 to the first shot. Only the first one, sadly. He's gonna yell to Bin, "Hey, Doc!" Oh, I'm so unhappy.
Ouch.
I am so unhappy right now. Anyways, that's a 22 hit.
That definitely hits, my good friend.
30 damage? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And second one. 17?
That also hits.
Yeah.
That's a good hit.
Yeah. Basically 2 headshots. And I would like to be here away from all these statues. So yeah, that's my turn.
Fair. Alrighty then. Hey Jesse, look. Not friend.
I'm gonna go over here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look right at it. Sneak attack, yes or no?
Yes.
I'm gonna shoot it in the face. Or attempt to.
Nice.
The one time y'all are actually rolling fucking actual hits. My god. Can't hit the Inquisitor for crap, but I throw this thing in front of you. Oh, everyone hits. Uh-huh. I see how it is.
And then I'm gonna shoot it again.
That, sadly, bounces right off.
And make a dexterity saving throw as it ricochets at you.
I'm not that much of a prick. Also, it doesn't have that ability. Well then, Jesse, anything else?
No.
Okay. It's its turn now.
Hi.
Hi, Theskiwa.
I'm not high right now.
No, you're not. Does 24 hit you?
Yeah, AC 16. It's gonna hurt.
Yep. It's gonna hit you again.
Yeah. You notice that the ski was a lot more sluggish, not able to react as efficiently against it as he normally does.
The good news is, that's it. Look, there's a giant robot thing currently pummeling your friends. You should probably do something about it.
Insert Vin Diesel quote.
I don't have friends. I have rations.
That's Ream's quote.
And then I let it up.
Well,
I really wish he got that crit.
I do too. But sadly, you just kind of unload your rotary cannon on this thing and watch as every bolt just kind of bounces off the steel.
AC 17, damn.
Mm-hmm.
Then this thing just backhanded you when you took its toy away. What do you do about that?
Vin is going to scramble to his feet and he's going to start backing away, disengaging as he goes over here and hides behind a pillar. And then he's going to poke his head out from behind the pillar and take a blaster shot.
Okay.
A glowing purple energy does or doesn't slam into this thing. Zings off the ceiling, apparently.
Yep. Sad. Anything else?
He's going to yell at the thing, actually. And I think what he's going to yell is that is your problem. We are just borrowing it. And that's his turn.
Why'd that sound like Inigo Montoya to me?
Probably because my accent ability is non-existent.
Join the
A
club.
lying ability.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Boring.
But Skiwa, this thing hurts a lot.
Yeah. Hold on, what the fuck is going on outside?
You don't know. You're still in the temple, or at least you think you are.
No,
You're not sure
I
anymore.
had to look outside my window.
No,
I don't know what.
Oh,
Okay.
Reem, are you gonna let your mother tell you how to do your hunting? I'm kidding.
Mammy. How much of a drug addict do I want to actually be?
×2.
What's more, your drug addiction or your pride?
Good question.
Yeah,
Let's
that's a good
find out.
point.
It's not a crutch.
Let's shoot it again, because fuck this thing.
Definitely hits.
And you know, just because that thing in the center is spinning, I am going to shoot at that thing because it pisses me off.
Thing in the center is spinning? What?
Okay. More. Do me a favor. Roll that again because I'm going to say that has disadvantage, but other things might happen.
Yeah. Also, Vin, yeah, sorry. Specifically these Zepho statues, well, they have a spinning core in the center of their being.
Uh-huh. Good to know.
Oh, wow. I'm rolling high without my drugs, apparently. And
So-
without Reckless.
So, Reem. Yeah, it's funny how thematic that is. Reem, you notice a glowing blue orb. You figure that's gotta be important, right? You plant the barrel of your shotgun right up against it, pull the trigger. This thing actually reels back from it. As you watch that core almost literally rip out from the back of it. And that looks like it hurt a lot more than what you think it should have.
I just blink and then just whistle to the others.
Aim for the core.
That's unfortunately all I can do. I've made my bed here, apparently.
You have. Pride will be your coffin. This is the hill
It
you
will.
die on. Luke.
Is the core... Sorry, is the core visible from the side that I'm on, or is it...
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna listen to my friend. Can I try to shoot the core?
You
I
can.
say
It will be at
pride.
disadvantage, but other things might happen.
And you being a sniper, I think you would realize just how hard of a shot that is.
I would say. Fuck it. I'll try to shoot it. I would have missed anyway, so.
Fair.
Still got another shot.
Let's try again. Nope.
Wow.
Good news. I suck no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah. Sad.
Rim, that core is impossible to hit. What are you talking about?
Jesse.
Now, we know that Jesse ain't exactly the brightest guy, right?
Painfully.
We are painfully aware of.
Jesse is going to run up behind it.
Oh, Jesus.
Can I try to rip the core out with Jesse's metal hand?
Ooh.
You're gonna I am robot or I robot this?
I'm gonna do the Indiana Jones thing. When
When did you do this? What movie did you do this in?
Second one.
Temple of Doom.
Oh
yeah, you know when Indiana Jones takes his metal
He's trying
arm
to
and
Cali Maw
jam it
this
inside a
thing.
robot.
Yes, because that honestly happened in Indiana Jones. Okay, Jesse, make me an athletics check.
Actually, I probably should have said Kano.
You manage to get your hand actually on the damn thing, get a firm grasp, but that sucker just is not budging.
Would using my inspiration help? Possibly.
I'd let you re-roll it.
I'm doing it.
Buttermilk waffles. All day. Come on.
What?
Buttermilk waffles are good. I'm saying good things will happen.
I have regrets.
Somehow that works. Because that was what he needed to roll. So, Jesse, you give a few tugs at first. That sucker doesn't seem to be moving. You grit your teeth, and you actually feel like your metal arm is about ready to literally rip itself out of the socket of your shoulder. Before finally, that blue orb comes out of the hole that it was very close to just kind of breaking through on its own thanks to a shotgun blast. And you watch as an energy tether just links it to the armor. And it is trying to pull itself back into that thing.
Bonus action, I'm going to shoot it.
So, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually just a hair bit peeved off because when I designed the mechanics of this fight, and I designed the ACs, and the stipulations that would need to be made in order for some of these things to take effect, short answer, Jesse managed to hit the core. And it hurts a fucking lot. Anything else, Jesse?
I'm going to use the remainder of my movement to go over here.
Question, Grim.
Mm-hmm.
Did removing the core do as it does in the game?
You definitely watch as the metal shell of this thing kind of just briefly falls to one knee as Jesse plucks the core from the back of it and tries to make off with it.
Okay. Because I was just thinking in my head, what if Grim changes it so we can still attack even without the core?
That said, Jesse, is there anything else for your turn?
Nope.
Okay. So, Jesse, I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
Am I about to get kidnapped by a glowing ball?
You don't know.
Get over here, boy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
So, Jesse, you're holding this glowing orb of energy in your hand, watching as its power arcs to the metal shell it once resided in. You constantly feel that tugging before you just lose your grip on it, and it slams itself back into the shell, and it slowly stands again. And to make things worse, it turns towards you. Jesse, if you'd be so kind as to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, it's doing that. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have evasion at this level, right?
I don't think he does.
No, uncanny dodge.
Oh,
But
Yes,
right.
I
evasion.
cannot.
God, I haven't played rogues in ages. I should get back into it.
Okay.
That's literally all I've played.
Yeah, I think he has to have evasion, but
Yeah, evasion's 7th level.
That said,
You
so
take half of that.
Those are some high dice rolls.
so Jesse, here's the thing. You watch as this thing turns towards you, and that orb you plucked from its chest that launched itself back into its shell glows in a vibrant blue light before a beam fires from it in your direction. You do manage to catch it just in time to try to roll out of the way. And here's the important question. Do you uncanny dodge this? Because you kind of, I would recommend it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Does it count as an attack? Can he dodge it?
I specifically wrote this ability for uncanny dodge. Come on, guys. If I was going to really try to kill you, you'd all be dead.
That's a good point.
Space
Okay.
War.
It is
Jeroboam
young.
at you.
He's the DM. He can just say we're dead and we're dead.
This is true. You take 14 points of radiant damage.
Ooh.
Still hurts, but you're not roasted to a crisp. And that's all it can do, because it used that particular attack. Luck! This thing just fired a fuck off freaking laser beam at your buddy. And it looked like it hurt.
fuck.
We're gonna be sitting there like just on our knees, about to be killed. Then we hear meh, and you just see the squirrel rip out the orb.
Still want to know where that thing went, but
Yeah, I want it back.
It is the statue, you fools.
You break off its head, it's just sitting there with like a control panel.
the Silent Hill ending.
Yes!
This will impress King Julian.
I hit it once.
Yes.
Hey, nice.
You did.
So can I cover where I'm at right now? Can I just get into cover?
You can certainly try. I can't guarantee if it's going to be all that effective. Also, since you sadly didn't declare if you're aiming for the core or the shell, I'm assuming the shell.
Oh, I should have said the core. Damn it.
You should have said the core, because that would have hurt a fucking lot. Anything else?
Move over one. Just stay over here and cover.
About to say, I think you still have action surge, so you could shoot it 2 more times.
I have action surge. Let me see this.
You should have action surge. I don't think you've used it.
Oh, I never did.
Yeah, because we just landed and
Is that a one-time use, or is it one?
One
One
per,
time
long
rest.
rest.
yeah, one per. I think short rest. Most fighter
Yeah,
stuff is
short
short
Yeah,
rest.
I think it's short.
Well, and I'm gonna turn back, look at it, pull out big boy gun, and try to aim for the core this time.
Okay, roll it.
And it's 2 attacks, right, or 1 attack?
2 attacks. Yep,
Get your
that-
action back.
Yep, that time you try to actually guide the shots towards the core. Sadly, misses.
Ouch.
Yeah. Anything else, Luck?
Back in the cover.
Back into cover. This is fair. Finn! You're seeing a lot of weird shit happening, and some of it looks very scary.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so Vin watched that whole thing with the core go down, and he thinks Jesse probably has his bright idea for the month. So the the rest of you hear an electronic sort of shing noise as he activates his lightsaber. And Vin is going to approach this thing from the back and try to pop out the core with his lightsaber.
I don't think it's popping so much as melting.
Stab.
Well, there was some kind of sort of energy cable connecting it to the shell, right? Or not energy cable, but energy tether.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's going to try to sever that with the lightsaber.
Is it a physical tether?
I wouldn't say it's a physical tether, and it's a lot harder to hit when it's actually inside the thing.
Well, okay. Then he's just going to try and pop it out, right?
Go for it.
Okay, here goes nothing. That's not bad. That's 16 with disadvantage.
Does not hit.
Actually, do I have? No, never mind.
You didn't hide.
It's a 16 with disadvantage.
Yeah, it doesn't hit, sadly.
Okay. Yeah, so he sort of makes this awkward prying attempt, and it just doesn't quite land, and he sort of ducks back here. How bad does Jesse look, by the way?
He's seen many a better day, but he still looks a lot better off than when he fought the junk droid.
Okay. Vin is going to. Are there any shadows in this chamber?
Not really.
Okay. Then he's going to. There's no place he can really hide, so he's going to stay where he is.
Well,
and
that's a different
prepare himself
question.
for another attempt.
Like, asking if there's shadows about, no, not really. Asking if there's places you can hide, I mean, 5 foot step down, this actually does provide just enough cover to where you could hide.
I think, though, he would take an opportunity attack, right?
If you didn't disengage, yes.
Yeah, and disengaging is a bonus action. Hiding is also a bonus action,
Yes.
I think. So I don't think I can... There's no place within range that I can hide.
Not by the thing, no.
Yeah. So he's going to stay there and sort of... maybe he'll step slightly back, but he'll disengage and step slightly back, but he's going to prepare himself for another attempt.
Okay. Askiwa.
Question. How damaged does the core look?
It has seen a lot better days. That sucker is solidly cracked in the very least, and it's sparking energy out.
Taking a look at it as combat is going, as it is, or right now, do I think Vin would be capable of salvaging something from it if we stopped attacking the core?
You don't know.
Okay. The Skibo will hesitate for a moment before essentially following Jesse's example, and he's going to jump up onto the I don't actually know what those are called. I think they're just called Zepho statues.
Yep.
And then I am going to try to use my claws to just reach into the center and pull out the core.
Roll me athletics check.
Athletic.
Yep. You pry that sucker out. And again, you watch as it falls to a knee.
I'm going to move back with the core, and then with the Trandoshan slug thrower, I am going to shoot at the kneeling body of the Zepho statue.
You have advantage.
There it is. 25.
Solid hit.
Alright, and then I'm going to use the rest of my movements to essentially pull up closer to Fluke, and I just am holding the core in my hands.
On
Think
that,
Finn can do something with this.
Oh,
on
wait,
that
what?
note, make me a strength saving throw.
Strength, save. Yeah.
Nice.
So,
Even without my rage, I'm strong.
you are, but sadly, Thuskiwa,
Ah.
you tried to bring this over to Fluke. Kind of proud, because you're not even a drug-fueled rage, and you're basically just ripping this thing's heart out. Until you feel your arm yank.
So it's pretty much,
You think Finn can do something?
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
And you
All right.
find very
But-
quickly that you aren't unable to move 15 feet, any further than 15 feet away from this thing while holding the core.
yeesh, damn. Alright. In that case, that's both of my actions. So I am going to stay put here.
Alrighty. Fluke.
So attacking the body, I now have advantage to attack the body, right?
You have advantage on attacking the body, yes.
Ooh, tempting.
That said, Thuskiwa is also holding the core.
Yeah, but I want that core now.
Especially since we saw it do a fuck all laser blast. Imagine that on the ship.
Right, I'm gonna shoot the body.
Hello, Mr. Star Destroyer.
I probably wanna need to stop doing this, but whatever. With advantage, let's go. Oh,
Not bad.
I think that hits.
That does hit. Let's see here. 57. Solid hit.
And one more. Come on. 20. No, 19. 19.
Also hits.
Yeah, I love advantage.
I love it when a plan comes together.
This thing is dented, cracked, and you watch as energy begins to kind of crackle off it and the core. It is in rough shape.
I don't like that. Also, guys, you see as Fluke is reloading. That's my last. I don't have more ammo.
That's unfortunate.
It is. That's my turn.
Jesse!
Alright, so the Guardian itself can't really do anything right now, right?
I mean, you've seen your friend literally just yank out the well, friend's a strong word, but you watch the Trandoshan rip out the core and basically run away, and this thing's just kneeling there now.
Let's see here. Nah, wait. I'm trying to do some figuring out. Do you think there's a way that I could get over toward where Reem is?
I mean,
Like, is there enough room like right here, Dag? Wait.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
right here to get
let's say,
Mechanically,
what are we trying to do
mechanically,
here?
you are able. Sorry, I keep doing that.
You're all right.
I'm basically just trying to get over to where he is, so I can try to attack the core.
I mean, you can, because you can move through enemy spaces. You just can't stay there. I think enemy spaces count as difficult terrain,
Correct.
but
Wait,
even
hold on.
then,
You cannot move through enemy spaces.
oh, you can't. Oh, right, you have to use the shove action in order to do that.
Shove, or there's one extra, but I don't remember.
I would say normally if they can possibly contest it. Right now, this thing cannot contest jack shit.
That is a good point.
Also
I'm
does
gonna go
that.
right up here,
There you go.
and I'm basically just gonna look down at the core. And I don't get sneak attack, I don't think, right?
No.
I mean, oh wow, whoa.
So I don't think I need to just state the obvious. That misses.
Can I try to use my my new feat?
You can.
Okay. How many times a day is it talking about?
What's your charisma modifier at?
My charisma?
God damn it,
Is
you're
that the big number, or is that the one that's in the little tiny circle?
It's in a
The
little tiny
modifier.
circle.
16.
Sorry.
Okay. That's the little number? Oh, I guess I want the big number. I want the smaller number, basically, not the bigger number.
3.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot I added this fucking later in my head. Oh, you can only do that once per turn?
Ah. Well then.
I knew I forgot to add something to that note.
As you fire, you end up
Offhand.
shooting off 3 of his fingers. Oh, you fire it.
Did the offhand work?
The Skiwa. As you're holding this core, you're watching Jesse, like, literally just try to shoot it, miss horribly. Takes off a couple of your fingers. You just kind of blink and slowly turn at him. You consider biting his face off before he lands the second shot right on the core. Oh dear sweet lord. I really hope this doesn't... It does. That's...
As he fires,
You think this is going to explode?
On that note,
yep.
Ah.
I need... God damn the positioning of this. Oh no.
Oh no.
Is this another episode in God Damn It, Jesse?
Yep. So I need everyone but Vin to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
I think this is exactly what you hear. God damn it, Jesse.
No!
Arguably, I can see this happening.
Yes, you see this happening. You do have advantage, Saskiwa. You watched as this happened.
Did they all fail?
So, why do you all let Jesse do things? That's my only question anymore. It's like, why do you?
That's a
why?
good question.
We're not able to stop him in this moment. I want to make that fully clear.
The good news is, guess what? Some of you have passed.
Wow, that was a low DC.
14.
Nice.
Oh,
Standard.
no.
But it's
That's
coming from
pretty
the
high.
core. Oh, that's fucking
Yeah.
hilarious. So those that pass take 7 damage, radiant damage specifically. Those that did not pass take the full 14, except for Gogo, who takes 7 because Beskar.
Wait a minute. Would my my uncanny dodge work for this? Probably not.
You
Right?
already. Wait, how many
wait.
times can you use Uncanny Dodge? Let me
It just
check that.
says
Once per.
Reaction.
It's a reaction. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
once
okay.
per round.
oh.
So technically he could use it here. It is damage.
7.
So I take 7.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels like somebody opened an oven in my face.
Basically, yeah. But, that all said, the core explodes in a brilliant, vibrant, crackling energy that covers most of you. It singes, it hurts. But as it crumbles into pieces from what's left of Thuskiwa's hand, the metal shell itself, on one knee, slowly tilts and collapses.
Ow!
God damn it, Jesse.
I just am
Ah.
on the ground now because I'm assuming a blast like that would at least put me out. Just, you see, in place of hands, bloody stumps.
God damn it, Jesse!
Well, start with a couple fingers. You now are missing both your hands. It feels familiar at this point.
I'm gonna stand up and just look down. I'm assuming all pieces of the core are now just decimated, yeah?
Oh, yes. What was just a really nice, soft light blue glow is now an inert, opaque shadow of its former self.
Ow?
Sorry about that.
Hell was that?
Jesse,
Someone-
you numbskull! I'm gonna kick your ass.
Hey,
Someone
shut
made
up,
a
you're wearing
makeshift bomb. And as is your luck with bomb, it went exactly as you expected to.
It's accurate.
Luck with mom.
That hurt.
I'm just glad we all got out alive.
Where's that glowy thing?
You mean the one you shot
No,
in
the
my
one that-
hands?
No, the one
that
the ball person had.
exploded.
No, the other one.
Speaking of which, Jesse, as you go to point to what was going to be the orb, the power core, so to speak, with your prosthetic hand, you find a problem.
EMP.
No, there's no hand there
there.
anymore. No gun either.
Ah!
Well, you all look a bit the worse for wear.
Wait, am I the only one who kept his hands together?
You weren't within 5 feet of the bomb.
I was close enough.
You're also
Good.
wearing Beskar.
Yep. Out of character, I want to ask, Jesse, why did you feel like you had to get in melee range to shoot something?
I don't know. Mainly because I didn't want to try to shoot you.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of wondering that myself. It's like, what the hell is Jesse's plan here? What is he gonna just like try to stab with the vibro deck? No, I'm gonna shoot it. It's like, okay. This is gonna
I was
go
just
terribly if you
curious.
hit it.
It was a fortuitous incident.
Fortuitous? You keep
Yes,
using
because
that
now we
word.
can-
I do not think it means what you think it means.
I mean, like, you can't say that I completely screwed him over because I got some of the punishment too. If I shot it from a distance, I would have got the punishment probably. He's less likely to be angry.
If you had
Hopefully.
shot the shell, then perhaps we could have taken it down and kept the core.
I tried to shoot a shell earlier. The bolt bounced off of it.
Well, did you not know he fell on his knee and kind of looked like he had no energy in him left?
You do understand that because a metal is in a different position, it doesn't really change that stuff bounces.
Yes, but I also shot it. With a gun.
Jesse, just because you're a terrible shot doesn't mean it doesn't work.
Touche.
Well, at the
I
very
see my hand.
least,
Say, I
Sorry.
wanna see my hand.
I just raised my 2 bloody stumps towards Jesse.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I need both of mine to inspect this very interesting cube.
Yeah, I know that. I'm looking for mine.
well, at the very least, you do have that cube. We can give it to Gracchus and be done with this planet.
Yeah,
Then-
probably.
Vin
Aw.
stops and sort of holds the cube protectively.
That and
Vin-
the remnants of that statue, I imagine. It's mostly intact. Unlike something.
He didn't sound terribly particular about what it was we brought to him. I'm sure we could offer him any things that are not this cube. Do
I
I?
have had both of my hands blown off. He's had one hand blown off, and the rest of us are mostly dead. If you're
Yeah,
going
listen.
to say that you want to keep something, be straight about it.
Yeah, see, he lost both of his hands. I lost the same one twice.
And a gun.
Yeah.
Do I? So have I seen a cube like this before?
No.
Interesting. Does it? Do I get the sense, looking at it, that it's technological in nature, or?
It seems to be, but it's definitely nothing you're familiar with by any means. It
So I don't-
almost looks like it can open, but you haven't the foggiest idea how.
Okay.
Again, why do you want to keep it? Do you have a reason?
Call it a hunch.
I lost both of my hands, my arm, my leg, my lower jaw. And I have had a bad trip today. Be straight with me, or I'm ripping that cube out of your hands with my jaws.
I'd also like to point out of character, he can do that.
Also, out of character, I am a drug addict suffering withdrawal right now. I am not someone to fuck with.
He isn't angry.
I'm telling you everything I know. This would not have been here and would not have been so protected if it were not important. And I just think that a Hutt with his good buddies, the sisters, or whatever it is they call themselves, is not the best person to have a hold of it.
So
If
you
it
want to
is-
keep it to keep the Inquisitors from getting it.
If it is some kind of weapon, do you want the ninth sister to have it the next time she meets you? I really don't think she would share your hesitation about, well, less than honorable modes of combat.
Fine. At the very least, I'm glad to get an answer other than it's a hunch.
There's still one problem. What are we supposed to give to Gracchus?
I just gesture towards the shell that is still intact, unlike something.
Man,
I
I
mean,
clapped
that's,
for that joke. If only I could. You ever heard the sound of one-handed clapping? It's very depressing.
I just picture Thuskila just blinking at you and slowly raising the stumps that were his hands.
Perhaps we should get back to the ship.
Yeah.
I think that our med bay could be of some use in this situation.
I think we need to give Jesse and Reem over there a hand of applause.
I'll eat you first.
Don't worry, I'll hold him down.
With what, Jesse? With what?
Hey. I still have one, unlike someone.
Hey,
Rabbit
hey,
said
hey,
I
hey.
take a step away from him.
That is
Guys,
uncalled for.
what's a few appendages between friends?
Family.
Helping hand.
6.8 pounds.
More, do you have inspiration? If not, you have it now because that was funny.
I have inspiration.
All right, let's leave. Someone, I would say Rim, but Rim can no longer carry the damn thing. So
Yeah, how heavy does this thing seem?
Yes.
Do we have any kind of anti-grav cargo pallets on the ship or anything?
Hey, funny you should mention that. You don't. Because no one bothered to buy one.
God damn it, Jesse.
Wait,
Hey.
how do we offload cargo without?
I'm pretty sure most crates actually do have like a floaty, like a hover thing on them. I want to say, but I don't remember. How
Jesse,
about or you use legs?
the one time you had one, here's the thing about that. It had a big crate of spice on it.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Ah,
My trucks.
they blow up.
Don't mind me.
How heavy is this thing? If it's a statue, if it's made out of metal, it's got to be pretty.
Oh, it's thick. Ain't heavy. That said, honestly, between the few of you that still have both their hands, it wouldn't be too awful hard to at least get it outside.
And push.
Yeah, Jesse, use your one hand. That's gonna be helpful.
And maybe we should all be pushing in the same direction instead of against each other.
Jesse, that's called pulling. It's not whatever. And push.
Then manages not to give himself a hernia.
Yes.
Sorry,
Mark?
what were you saying more?
No, I was just gonna say out of character. If I didn't have this regeneration feature with Trandoshan, I would not be playing up the losing my limbs every chance at every opportunity as much as I am.
I love him.
Oh, come on. Prosthetics exist in Star Wars. Look at Jesse. Oh,
Yeah.
he's missing his.
I have some of it still. Heart is still there, I think.
Like, it is fucking fried and busted all the way up to the elbow.
I can still shank someone with it.
Not effectively.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It'd be kind of the equivalent of like an old person biting you and just kind of gumming you to death.
You did also say that the core, or at least the core of the core itself, is now just a blackened, orb, right?
What's left of it, yeah.
I'll take that, so that way Vin can research it at least, or the couple of shards that remain, I guess.
Okay. That's fair.
Let's put it inside the robot and say it was like that when we found it.
No, I think we can say it tried to kill us.
Tell you this now, it was a giant frog that attacked it.
Yeah, big giant frog. In fact, my associate here got his hand glued to it.
Out of character, I didn't. Do we need to bring him a relic that actually functions? I'm pretty sure a Zepho statue in and of itself is quite valuable.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't ever specify what he was after. He just kind of said, "There's a relic."
Yeah, he was pretty explicit, in fact, that he wasn't terribly picky about what it was.
But
He just
depending on
wants
what
it.
it was, we'd get a bigger reward.
Yeah,
Which,
as long as it was something Jedi-y.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you are basically bringing what was a temple guardian for a bunch of Force users of an alien race that is on a planet that honestly is mostly unheard of.
He'll take what he can get.
This thing's worth fucking bank. And it's not hard to tell that between any of you. But I digress. Through some interesting shenanigans, despite the fact that some of you are missing some appendages, you do manage to actually hoist the thing and start dragging it in the only direction available to you currently. And by the time it occurs to you, how the flying hell are you going to get this thing to fit through the actual entryway? Because it was a narrow size, the Skiwa had some trouble getting in.
Buddy's back.
Oh,
So you fools survived the
thing.
trial.
You are worthy. I bestow you with this hammer, Mjolnir.
Yep, the little bogling is just chilling on top of the pillar, just kind of staring at you. Well, what's left of all of you.
How did you end up out here,
It's all
little
about the
guy?
wound, Graham.
Well, here we are. Vin will begin cutting off the frog's tongue to fashion kind of a harness for dragging this thing back to the ship.
Yeah, on that note, this is the part I'm curious about. How are you going to be dragging it back to the ship?
I turned to Jesse. The ship can hover, right?
What? I didn't understand that.
The ship can hover, right?
I mean, yeah. We do have that droid back there.
Let's bring the ship here.
Alright, does anybody have a communicator to talk to that droid or whatever?
I got comms. I don't know if it's hooked up to the droid.
I mean, if it's looking at the ship, it should probably work.
I mean, you can certainly try.
Not
you
the droid? The one that travels the halls and says gonk?
No,
No,
the
no,
astromech droid, because we have 2 droids.
That's the they were
We want the
the.
useful one.
I don't think Vin ever saw the astromech droid.
Hey! The Gaunt droid or Mr. Happy is very useful.
How so? It's literally a walking battery.
Exactly.
Also, to be fair, I mean, you could hail the ship, but who knows what's going to answer.
I swear, if we get back there and it's Riddick again.
No one's stealing the fucking ship again.
I gotta say, thank you for upgrading the ship for me.
As funny as that would fucking be, no. Again, unknown, uncharted planet.
Alright, so
Riddick. He can roll anything.
That's true.
how far is the ship from here if we decide to walk?
Well, basically, we have to go through some gymnastics.
I know gymnastics.
Let's see here. Do.
He's measuring how to kill us.
Dear God.
170 feet.
And sniper can only go 170 feet. Oh no.
Go for 100, please.
Gags aside, though.
I mean, I'll try to call into the robot. If anything happens, anything happens.
So, do you hail the ship?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you say?
What the fuck ever your name is, robot? Can you show up to the one spot? What the fuck are we at? Where are we at? How are we gonna explain this? Just you fucking explain this. Take this comm system. Explain this fucking robot where the fuck we are.
Alright. What model is it?
What about near the fucking tower?
So-
I point to the big ass tower there.
You got an R2 unit.
We
I
got
mean,
R2D?
you're hailing the ship specifically.
Ah. Listen, Archer, I need you to get the ship over to the big stone pillar thing. Fast.
Perhaps you should specify that we do not want it to collide with the big stone pillar thing.
That normally goes out in question, but okay.
Jesse,
And land outside of it.
you get a reply back from the ship. Gonk.
God fucking damn it.
God. No, put the other
Astromech
one
droids
on the comms.
Gonk.
Vic goes back to fashioning the harness.
I know you had a great conversation with me the other day, but still, get the other one.
Gonk.
I'm just turning
Go
towards
gonk
Jesse.
yourself.
I feel like I'm sharing a look with Luke right now.
But needless to say, a few moments pass, Jesse. You hear a few beeps and whistles. There was definitely an R2 unit on the comm this time. I am not even going to try to replicate it, though.
Wow! You know, we never decided on a name for that droid, did we?
Which one? The battery or the useful one?
The astromech.
It has a name.
What's its
Oh,
name?
it came with a name?
They all come with names.
Yeah, but what's
Okay.
its name? We never learned it.
You never asked it.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
now?
it gave, or not. They don't all have quote unquote names because R2D2, for example, was a designation. That was as much his name.
Exactly.
But if we're talking about other droids, like I'm pretty sure some people name their droids, don't they?
Some do.
I don't know. I named my droid Mr. Happy.
Actually,
funny,
did
bec-
Starkiller name that droid assassin?
Proxy.
Yeah.
Proxy. Okay.
So anyway, the comm, beeps and whistles. Who here speaks binary? Out of sheer curiosity.
Not me.
One of you
Which is
better
kind of
fucking. Wait, why can't the
inappropriate.
splicers speak
Mhm.
binary?
I don't know. It wasn't a.
I thought we had the things that can
I don't think I
translate it.
had any. Well, that's actually kind of weird because isn't your language count based on your intelligence?
No, that's a different edition.
Yeah.
Okay, then I only speak like Common and Umbaran and Thieves can't.
Which doubles as Huttese.
Yeah, I just know 2 different types of Huttese.
One of you knows binary. I know one
Yeah,
of you does.
I know someone here speaks binary.
I do speak binary.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Fluke, you understand what the freaking little R2 unit is saying. It's basically sarcastic going, yeah, sure, I will. By the way, my name's R2C4, you jackass.
Of course it's C4.
I thought someone would get a kick out of that.
Wow.
I like this droid. It's pretty good.
A few moments pass, but you do watch as your ship lazily rises in the distance, closing closer and closer, before hovering as close as it can without actually bumping into the stone structure itself, or actually landing on this very tiny spot the ship definitely could not fit on.
Question DM. So over here is just a sheer cliff, right? There's so if the ship were to hover in that empty space over there, we could theoretically reach the airlock and go in as walking.
Could go in through the
Loading bay?
Yeah, that would be easier.
It would be easier. So you do that, because it's easier.
and we'll close it this time.
For once, we do the easier.
For once you do the easy thing. But y'all take a moment loading up the big fuck all statue that did try to kill you onto the ship and board it fairly effectively. No real problems per se. It's a little awkward, but eventually.
Gonk.
Gonk is making weapons.
I'm gonna go to sleep. Fuck this.
Donk.
That was a surprisingly smooth expedition.
No.
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 No?
No.
But
No.
none of us
No,
even
you
died.
will die.
No, this
What?
one is that one.
Well,
I'm going to the med bay.
Apparently I forgot to seal off the airlock. I guess you all die.
No. Though I will stop by where Fluke is and just take a look back at the cargo bay.
You speak binary, yes?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think the astromech droid could get anything off of that construct?
Yeah, I mean, if he has like a port, maybe we can ask.
You do that since you can speak it. I'm going to get new hands.
Sure, you do that. Good luck, I
I'll
guess.
move by. And last gag, I swear, I'm going to look into the cockpit.
Nice job, Captain.
You actually watch the panels open up, and a little armature comes out and gives a little salute.
What?
Uh,
Oh.
hey, R2, can you like come here for a second?
Beep boop.
Okay. Yeah, I know. We request though. Can you like take a look at this droid?
Can you interface with it?
Thank you, Grim. Can you interface with it?
It looks at the construct, turns its domed head at you, looks back at the construct, turns back to you. It beeps at you. You translate it pretty easily into, I don't know where that thing's been.
Look, I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just saying can you do it?
He's worried he's gonna get droid AIDS.
Understandable.
Oil leak.
Oh, this is the
Viruses.
cute little astromech droid you mentioned? Well,
Yeah, apparently we have one of those. Like we had, autopilot. You know, a lot of things we have and we don't know.
I hope
To be
that
fair,
it
we
is a
did
bit,
just buy it.
I hope that it is a bit handier than the other droid.
What?
you guys-
The moving target? Yeah.
Gonk.
Gonk.
Alright, I'm locking this door down because I sense that this droid might mess with that, so I'm locking this door down so he doesn't get out. Alright. Now I lock the door here, and I keep it locked for the moment as I go help Jesse try to repair his missing arm.
He has so
Jeffy's
many
doing-
pets now.
Meep. I feel like Barbosa. Thank you, Jai. You're welcome.
I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help Dean and C4 to take a look at this dude.
Yeah, on that note, you watch as the astromech kind of just looks over the thing again. You see a panel pop up and what you can only describe as a probe kind of come out and just like poke the construct before retracting, and it just kind of looks at you and shakes his domed head.
Oh, a spider.
It makes sense. So, Bill, this is all you now.
Is it? Well, and he's already kind of kneeling next to the statue and inspecting it. But he's looking for things that would be indicators that it's a droid, any kind of mechanical circuitry, and I'm going to guess he doesn't find any of that.
Make me an investigation check.
That is an 18.
You're not even entirely sure how this thing was walking around.
Okay,
This is
but
some very strange construction.
yeah, repairing is not a. How about if we clean it up, make it look pretty? Can we do that at least?
Sure.
Now, you little bastard, what do you want? Anybody know how to
Hey,
speak to
language.
the droid? Anybody know how to speak to droid? Non-binary over here. I need help.
God
What is
damn
the-
it.
What is the droid saying to to our non-binary pal? Apparently.
In a less vulgar way, you translate it as it's asking what Luck's doing.
It's
Why are you playing with your
yeah,
sex
it's just saying what you're doing.
I'm trying to help Jesse fix his arm because he's dumb enough to get it lost.
I wouldn't say lost.
Disintegrated
nice.
is a better term.
Luck, you literally watch as the droid shakes its head, immediately rolls itself into the workshop, and actually actively tries to nudge you out.
Alright, being kicked out, I guess.
I see how it is.
I feel like Ace Ventura right now in that scene where he's just making like the Tarzan noises, all the animals are flying.
Anyway. Yeah, needless to say, Fluke, you hear vulgar binary from this droid. Jesse, though, you watch as its panels start opening up. It actually pulls a cable from the Gonk droid, hooks it up to an attachment on your elbow as it proceeds to go to work on your arm.
Guys, where did we find this astromech again?
I don't know.
Nar Shaddaa. No?
Ah.
Yeah, it was Nar Shaddaa, but I think Jesse picked it up.
Okay, yeah,
off
that
the
makes
guy.
a lot of sense now. Wow.
You thought you heard Hutt's accent in its beeps and boops?
Was more like what he said instead of. You know?
Also that would also explain it. Anyway, as for polishing supplies and attempting to pull the statue into a standing position, then make me a strength check.
Oh, good. Strength is my worst attribute.
It's your best attribute.
That
Wow.
is an 18 because the dice.
You guys watch and turn as Vin basically gritting his teeth and straining and all but growling with effort manages to upright this thing into a standing position.
Alright, I guess you don't need help. Nice.
Right. Now let's get this thing cleaned up.
Then make me a Constitution saving throw.
Is that a save for hernia? That's a 5.
You heard something pop.
No, no.
Alright, actually, maybe you should get this thing polished while I run to the restroom.
I mean, I would recommend going to the medical bay, but maybe not.
Why are you translating it as...
Briefly.
It's okay, it's just a dislocated shoulder.
Is
Mel Gibson,
there...
just wrap your shoulder into a wall. It'll be like Mel Gibson.
Lethal Weapon was a good movie.
So,
So,
Teskiwa...
what are you in for?
Vin does not laugh hysterically. He looks a bit pale. He glances up at you. He's kind of doubled over as though he might be about to throw up or something. And he says, "I think my shoulder is a bit unhappy with my statue reclamation effort."
Dislocation.
What?
It's fine. You can put it back. Plus side is now you can dislocate it at will.
What? Why would I want to do that? And how do you know so much about body parts anyway?
I've had about 20.
In addition to learning basic anatomy, which is a must if Trandoshan are to be effective hunters, I decided to... Well, have you heard of the Vratics?
Have I heard of the Radics?
Roll me... God, what would that be?
History? Religion.
I'd say history or Arcana, because Arcana in this world is machines.
Is it? Oh, interesting.
I mean, detect magic was used to, or identify was used to
Meh.
determine.
Arcana
bomb.
might be like the Force, also machines. I don't know.
That's fair, actually.
Yeah, Arcana would be more so Force stuff. Yeah, this would be a history check.
Okay. That's a 16.
You swear you heard the word before, but can't quite place it.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
The Vratics are an insectoid race hailing from planet Thyphera. They created Bacta.
Did
And
they
as
now?
far as I know, their planet is the only one Bacta is produced on.
Really? Then, you used to hunt these Varatics?
No. I essentially submitted myself to study under them. After, well, learning of basic anatomy to know how to more efficiently bring someone down. Suffice to say, I became fascinated with the idea of how the body works. It assists me well, both during and out of hunts.
So you are a kind of biology professor, then?
I suppose, but more into field research, if you catch my meaning. 1 second. I'm gonna pop her shoulder back in. Pop his shoulder again with
I
my jaws.
see. That is
With your jaws?
Thank you.
I would
I
say,
think-
Thescua, make me a medicine check. With disadvantage because you don't have hands.
You got a 1. You're up to her arm off.
Med it.
Don't joke about that.
Disadvantage. You know what? I'll burn an inspiration to make this straight.
Okay.
That's a 9.
Oof.
You almost get it back in there.
I believe you'll hear the scream from here.
Damn it. See that canister? On the back right.
Ouch! Yes.
Grab that and bring it up to my mouth.
Why?
Reem, do you need a hand or two?
He sort
Yes,
of
and I'm going to still eat you first.
he takes
Bring
the
me that can of
canister
drugs.
and just sort of
Man.
stares at it. You never did explain what this stuff is anyway. Is it some kind of an atmosphere? No, what is it?
The one you've seen me use most often.
By the
I'm
end of
going
this,
to. I essentially asked them to bring me the regeneration canister, so that one will be useful.
by the end
And
of
you
this,
see-
Grim's gonna be able to upload a video that just says people talking to the Gonk droid for X minutes straight.
God. But essentially, as he inhales, you do notice that the flesh around his hands begin to move a bit more. You've seen me typically use Muon Gold. It's a cheap drug developed by the Empire. It degrades individuals' neural pathways, but they can see the world in slow motion, to be blunt. I've been editing it.
Would I be familiar with Muon Gold and its side effects from my sort of acquaintance with the underworld and the smuggling trade?
Roll me a history check.
Okay. Watch. This will be the history check that I fail.
Oh,
Or not.
Vin knows everything, apparently. So Vin nods slowly at this explanation and says, I see.
Ah, yes, it was developed on Stardate, blah, 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 and its effects are as listed.
I see.
Then just turns into a walking medicine commercial.
Well, I'm sure that won't have any bad consequences. I mean, on the bright side, stick with us, and I'm sure you won't live long enough to have any negative effects.
I want to say that was a joke, but
I've been with you all.
I don't know either. Also, why the hell, Luck? What are you? What do you need? What?
I came here to ask if you need a hand since I remembered that he didn't have hands, but now he
Hey,
used his
have
drugs to
hands.
get hands. Now he has hands. I know.
Yeah.
The hands
What?
are slow in coming. At the moment, it's
baby
probably in
hands.
the middle of his palm. He has a thumb, maybe.
Oh,
Very, very tiny thumb.
Yeah,
It does
Fluke
take
is just standing there with a mop that he's using to polish the thing. I just heard the scream and I thought, I need to say this.
Gonk.
I told you to avoid the medical bay. I wasn't kidding.
I don't know what you are talking about. There was no scream. Now get out. And he closes the door.
You know I'm inside, right?
Wait, he is?
Wait, depends. What is the medical bay exactly?
I thought
is
the
it?
medical
That one
bay
or that one?
was. I thought the
Specifically,
medical
this is
bay.
the med bay. We
Yeah.
did get an upgrade for it, so it might be bigger than expected. But
I mean, it's still the same size, but it's just more well equipped now. Like, in all
Yeah.
honesty, it won't take any time at all with everything you have on hand to
okay.
make your hands.
Fluke is just gonna say this a lot. Sure. Lock yourself with the Trandoshan and drugs. That will be fine.
But as his hands are regenerating,
This is going slower than expected. Fine, we'll do this the boring way. Lie on the bed.
and he'll put in some settings for the machine to fix your arm because you can't just take my jaws and
come on, droid.
rip it off.
Gonk.
Grim, I do trust that the upgraded medical bay has resources to
relocate the shoulder.
Yeah,
God, yes.
yeah. Because
I just want to see
honestly,
you do it.
yeah, I wanted to do it the fun way, but the Skiwa seeing that wasn't gonna work is like, nah, fine.
The DC was 10.
God damn it. But at least I use that inspiration that I never use.
I figure if I give it to you guys more often, you'll start using it more often.
All right, so we're
That
gonna
is
go
a
annoy.
fair statement.
We're gonna go annoy Jesse now.
Oh yes, we
You're
should.
shocked by the freaking droid.
Droid versus droid. Let's go.
Your back there just has already locked you out.
I'm about to say, Skiwa, if you're using the actual like medical bay facilities to do this, you have advantage. So 22, even without hands, you can manipulate it by just nosing and snouting shit on the right control
I have
panel.
a thumb now. Just
Yeah,
one.
You have a thumb. You can just push a button, and yeah, there you go. So 22. So Vin, you watch as you're laid onto the medical bed, basically, little boggling, just kind of staring at you awkwardly. But it's probably a good thing, because you don't notice the armatures that kind of pop out from under the bed. Grasp your arm, yank it at a 45-degree angle from your torso, and with a quick yoink, resets your shoulder.
Just screaming ensues from the other side of the ship again.
That was an experience. Well, so you allege that you have some kind of medical training. That's nice. That's nice. I think we could use that on this ship, although, well, yes, it would be good if we were better at medicine than at blowing ourselves up with bombs.
Well, it would have gone more seamlessly if...
And he just raises his hands.
Fair point. I can't argue with that.
Meanwhile, what are the other dumbasses doing?
I'm trying to enter the workshop, but I'm guessing the one droid is stopping me.
Oh no, the door's open. It's just furiously working at Jesse's arm. It's
Oh, well.
currently up to the wrist at this point, which is a far sight better than the elbow it was at. Yes, Jesse.
Is he working with that Beskar ingot that I put on the table, or not?
Nope.
Okay.
Be happy you have an
Look.
astromech.
I'm happy I get an arm back.
Can you guys imagine if you didn't buy the astromech?
I'd have luck doing this.
Yes, you
That
would.
take
I think at that point I'd be better off just stabbing myself with a stick for a week.
Probably.
At least that way I can stab something.
But anyway, it's pretty easy to tell that in no time at all, this thing would probably be done with Jesse's arm, and it'll be as good as the old one. Luke, you've been listening to this thing just swear at Jesse the entire time.
I sympathize with it. With the thing. And but yeah, Fluke is just gonna polish the thing, make it real nice, and he's gonna work on making ammo for his weapon because I'm out.
That's easy enough. That's just a tools check with intelligence. Or is it wisdom for you? Wisdom for you.
Yep. Okay. Thinkers, wisdom. Oh, now I crit. Damn.
So, okay, one moment. Because I actually have a table specifically for this stuff. Yep, that's what I thought. Add 5 sniper blaster packs to your inventory and 5 regular blaster packs to your inventory.
I'm loaded.
Ammo shouldn't be an issue for a bit, in theory. In fact, I would say with that wonderful 25 there, and as you're working on the blaster packs, making sure they actually fit in the rifle and the receiver. At first you go, I got enough spare parts lying around. I could probably just make regular blaster packs. So you just literally do it without even a second thought. And as you're doing this, you sit there and tilt your head as you're disassembling and reassembling your rifle. It occurs to you, it wouldn't be that hard to make the third and final attachment for this thing.
Wait, which one is that one?
That's the grenade launcher.
Oh, yes. How can I do this?
Boom.
Well, I know what he's doing for his downtime activity on the way back to Nar Shaddaa.
Oh, yeah. Mando's gonna hate this.
Anyway, that said, with one arm being almost completely rebuilt about this time, Thuskiwa's hand slowly growing back, Vin's shoulder popped back into its socket, the little boggling kind of just rummaging about doing what it does, the R2C4, I'm sorry, swearing up a storm like a sailor proper, and the gonk droid, well, gonking.
Gong.
You guys begin the fun trip back to Nar Shaddaa. At which point, again, Fluke, I have an idea what you want to do for your downtime on this trip. Another Tinkle's Tools check with advantage, because why the hell not? With wisdom.
Hey, close.
You actually rolled
Close.
over 20.
Give bing boom.
Yep,
Bing booma.
add 1 grenade launcher modification to your inventory for your rifle.
Boom tube. Nice.
Do you
Now
have
don't-
like I think I can know how much damage that thing does.
I know it's in various homebrews I have around. I know it's in the homebrew, but I'm not sure I actually added it to anything on the actual Roll20 just yet, because, well, I thought it was going to be a little bit longer before someone either found or made that thing. Let's see.
Let me take a look.
Nope, I did not add the grenade launcher information to the Roll20 yet, but it is on the homebrew itself.
Grim, I have a question.
Shoot.
I did some research on Gonk Droid, and in the Battlefront series, do we count that in this D&D game? Do we just count that anyway?
Which one?
Depends
Fuck if I know.
Depends how canon it is, honestly.
Alright,
What's the
so-
information?
That some Gonk droids dispersed ammunition.
Oh, that's old Battlefront.
Would I be able to do something like a modification to the Gok droid where it, like, if we give it some stuff, it can make ammo for us easily?
I was thinking of
Possibly.
something different since it's a walking battery, so I was like, maybe a bomb, but sure.
A walking bomb? Yeah, on the ship? That'd be a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
I know, right?
That's a terrible idea. Why would you even suggest that?
I don't know. I think it fits the party.
He's already tried duct taping a gun to it.
Yeah, the Vince stole from it.
But needless to say, it's possible. Might require some modifications. Would you like to proceed?
Yes.
Make me a Tinker Souls check with intelligence as you try to work on your Gonk droid to make it basically an ammo dispenser.
What is my purpose? You're a mule now.
Oh.
Why is everyone rolling 20 suddenly? Damn it. Yeah, you pull it off. Your Gonk is now an ammo dispenser.
Boom! Now we don't need to worry about crafting ammo handmade. We just throw shit into the fucking Gok droid and it makes it.
It's like a rock tumbler.
Gonk.
Now go annoy somebody, Gonk. Go make them like build ammo or some shit. I don't know.
Gonk.
Make someone.
Hey,
make some
Gonk, I need your help. I have some bombs to make.
Gonk.
Thank you.
Well, now that the Gonk droid's been made into an ammo dispenser and Fluke has put it to task. Oh god. This is going to be horrifying. Hold up. Yeah, there's actually probably just enough time after those modifications with a flat 20 to where it would actually make... What? Do you specify what you want it to make? Do you actually ask it to make the grenades?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll roll a d6, and that'll be how many grenades you get out of it in the short time. You get
Oh, yeah.
4 grenades.
I did something smart.
It's gonna be fun.
We have a sniper / grenadier now. What have you
You do?
done?
I've also thrown a fucking temple guard at you guys that, frankly, if you hadn't figured out the trick to it, probably would have wrecked your shit.
I do want to apologize for that, Grim. Like, I did
No, it was genius. I was
mitigate
actually...
it, but-
I specifically wanted someone to recognize this and try that.
Okay.
Like, if it looked like the battle was going a little bit longer without anyone trying it, I was going to start mentioning stuff here and there.
I need
It's a
to play
glowing
that game.
orb in this thing. It looks important. So yeah, you're going to eventually try to fuck with it.
There's always a glowing orb in D&D.
Yes. But this one does a lot more damage than most. Unless it's an orb annihilation.
Magnets.
But anyway, so that takes care of Luck and Fluke. Jesse, you have a hand. Congratulations.
Yay! Well, the first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna take that piece of Beskar and put it back in his coat. He's gonna look down at the droid, just thank you, and just kind of make his way out and back toward the captain's seat. And he is going to prepare to jump to hyperspace toward Nashada. If they're not already in it.
Easy enough. So, I guess that's what Jesse's doing. Just making sure that he's still the captain of his own ship. And not getting keel-hauled by the droids. Skiwa, do you just focus on growing back your hands, or you got other stuff planned?
One second.
1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second, 5 second,
There we go.
6 second,
Sorry.
7.
I'm not a fast typist. Immediately, what I was thinking of, yeah, I'm going to be focusing on regrowing my hands, possibly even using the last regeneration canister I have just to accelerate that process. I do have a new toy to work with, being the Obdo adhesive gland.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Taking a look at the adhesive glands, like, I'm assuming it's not producing anymore, right?
Nope. What's in it is basically what there is.
Okay. I would like to take it, and essentially, first thing I want to see is how fast does it take to solidify?
From what you've seen so far, not long at all. And I would say, just because you're kind of passively observing as Vin was trying to get the flesh off her hand that was still glued to it, that it doesn't take long to solidify. The effect doesn't last very long, sadly, when it's actually full-on introduced to oxygen. Like, it'll solidify and then quickly begin to degrade.
Okay, so it doesn't have a very long lifespan. So, if it doesn't have a long lifespan, I can't use it for in-the-field quick patch-up. Is there... I don't know if I have enough to really warrant experimenting with increasing its duration once it connects to something.
Probably not. That said, you could probably makeshift something interesting with it. And you've been surrounded with enough explosives to where, frankly, you're pretty sure you can probably easily makeshift, oh, I don't know, a bit of a bonding grenade of sorts?
Oh yeah, I was definitely thinking of something like a bonding grenade. The question is, how much do I have to work with, and how much can I really experiment with this?
Well, you have 1 sack left. So it's going to be kind of a all or nothing bet on the roll.
Okay.
Are you going to make a plasma grenade from Halo?
I don't think I have the ability to work with a plasma grenade.
That'd be more Lux territory anyway.
Also, real quick, how do I tell if the spider next to me is brown recluse or just a regular brown spider?
How big is it?
I'd say smaller than a penny. Maybe a little smaller than a dime.
I would say just say fuck it and kill it, just be safe.
We are the story girl. This?
No, I kind of need spiders around here because, frankly, I'm a little sick of the insects. So
no, I know spiders are helpful, but fuck, man.
I know.
I just usually just shoot them. Shoo.
I mean, again, it's like it's a solid deal. He gets rent so long as he catches insects, so long as he does his job. But anyways, yeah, I'm smaller than a dime.
Where do you live?
Georgia.
Okay, so right part of the country, but
Honestly, if it's that small, I wouldn't worry too awful much about it out of the gate. Because either A, it's very young, or B, it's not a recluse at all.
Yeah, because its legs are close to its body. I'd say its structure is more like that of a wolf spider, but I'd never seen a wolf spider that brown before. Anyways. Okay. Oh, so Vin is allowing me to study her lightsaber. Okay.
no, not his lightsaber. He remember, he has an extra lightsaber kicking around.
A damaged one, yeah.
That he damaged?
Is it damaged? You didn't repair it. It's the one from Geonosis, right? You had to need to repair that one.
Actually, I guess he has 2 extras kicking around. He has one that he took from the bounty hunter that we killed on Nar Shaddaa, who had cut off Jesse's arm.
I thought we gave that to... Oh, right, you kept that, because that was a big brain move. Oh, dear God. Okay.
How to piss off a Hutt.
Vin's a collector. Hey, the Hutt didn't know.
Hey,
Probably.
I'll show you my collection.
I think they had
collection.
new.
Yeah. I'm actually really glad you mentioned the damaged lightsaber because I had completely forgotten about that, and that sounds like something Vin should work on.
Okay. I'll definitely keep the lightsaber on the back burner, because for now I do want to do something with an adhesive grenade. Or hypothetically, Grim, if I wanted to work with the Mandalorian to create a type of ammo that once it embeds itself in a target, it stays there and continues ripping up its target apart.
We need the gonk droid.
What?
You want to make shredder rounds?
That's interesting.
Something like that. Essentially, the idea is a type of ammunition or something that embeds itself in a target and then just stays there.
Okay, so you want
Stays
more like
there.
hollow points.
Yeah. And thinking about it, I don't really need adhesive for something like that.
No,
Yeah,
not
it's
really.
more like a loose arrowhead, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. In that case, for now, I'll research the possibility of adhesion grenade, bonding grenade.
Okay, all right. What tool did you pick up again? Was it?
Chemist supplies.
Oh, perfect.
Essentially, I'm going to be working on the chemistry makeup of the adhesive to see its properties and see if I can extend its duration or make it stronger type thing.
Okay, make me a chemist supplies check with intelligence.
Chemist with intelligence. Not with wisdom? Yeah, this would be research intelligence.
Yep.
Okay. Roll 20. I hate that. I need to pop these out. Okay. Did that not go through?
No.
Roll 20 is being a bit weird.
There it goes.
That's a 6. I destroyed the only batch I had.
You did just no. If you roll the 1, you would destroy the batch. No. So you managed to actually just get it out of the actual sack itself and into an airtight container, leaving a little bit out to kind of screw with it, dick around with it. Regretfully, though, you're not quite fast enough to get it to a scanner of any sort, much less any other chemical compounds to really, truly experiment with it. It's solidified and already in the process of decay by the time you get anywhere with it. But you still have the majority of it left.
Awesome.
Meep. So, Vin, what are you doing?
Good question. I think Vin is going to start attempting to... Oh, excuse me. Vin is going to start attempting to repair the lightsaber that he found in the ruins on Geonosis.
Okay. Smith's tools check, straight roll with intelligence. You're not building it this time, you're trying to fix a broken one.
Yes, and thankfully debugging is one of Vin's better skills.
Is it though? Let's find out.
It's a 20. 20 is pretty good.
You feel fairly satisfied that this thing will work. Do you try to turn it on, though, is a real question.
Yes. He does.
Okay.
He does in a, if he's confident in the quality of his repair and everything. He would probably do it. He's probably not actually doing this in the med bay, so I should probably relocate him to...
Someplace else.
Is Fluke actually in the cargo bay right now? or is that sort of a leftover?
I mean, Fluke's wherever he wants to be, frankly. He lives here too.
I'm asking Fluke, is he in the cargo bay right now?
He would be most of the time, yeah, working on the, the weapon or the droid thingy.
Okay.
Obviously not the whole trip. He has to sleep, but yeah.
He's forcing the gonk droid
Okay.
to make ammo.
Yes.
Yeah, so he probably would be okay with that. So you the door opens and you notice the Umbaran sort of drift in, holding a lightsaber in his hand. And he steps around the statue and kind of goes over here in the corner, as though he's planning to set up his own little workspace. He just turns the lightsaber on.
Shooter.
All right.
So am I rolling a dex save, or is Fluke also rolling it? No.
No, you have a fully functioning standard size lightsaber with I rolled for this earlier. Where'd it go? There it is. A fond crystal.
A what?
One moment.
Crystal. Interesting.
Are you fond of that crystal?
Man, that's a good one.
So you see Vin turn on this lightsaber and switch it around a few times, and it's not one that you've seen him with before, unless you recognize it from the as the damaged one that was recovered on the planet. You certainly haven't seen him use it before. This is obviously different than that one.
Yeah, Fluke is going to emerge from his work. He was like working, but now you see his head pops up. Hey, that's a new one. And he has like, glasses from his fucking old.
Yes. It's well, it's either a new one or a very old one, but I would say new to me.
What color is it, by the way?
A nice, cool cyan blue.
I kind of like that color. I don't know.
Do you?
It's less threatening than the red one I saw last time. Oh, yeah.
Are you much of a sword guy, Fluke? And
No,
he's
I'm
so
more like
serious.
you see him grabbing some things he was working on that, round things that may or may not be bombs. No, I'm more like a keep my distance type of person.
I see. This... I feel as though this sword needs a new owner. He's still sort of casually feinting at the air now and again. I mean, not in Fluke's direction, just, off to the side, experimenting with the weight of this thing.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that seems amazing, but I don't think I can use that. I could, but more like a normal sword. Nothing like an actual lightsaber.
He gives you
Although,
kind of a strange look, like he doesn't know what you mean. Sorry, what were you saying?
I mean, I cannot deflect bullets or do a backflip into whatever you do. I don't know.
You make it sound like I can deflect bullets or do whatever those things are.
Wait, you cannot?
I have never tried.
Would you like
I
to?
suppose I could encourage the Trandoshan to take some shots at me with his slug thrower, but I think
I
he
will
might
tell you
enjoy it too
right-
much.
I will tell you right now, the slug thrower is physical rounds, not plasma,
Well,
like
Fluke said
with a
bullets,
blaster.
not Fluke
Oh,
said
that's what
bullets,
you're latched
not,
onto. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Maybe
It's
I'm.
Luke's fault that you got 3rd-degree burns.
I mean, more laser.
Well,
You. Wait. To To be honest, I've never seen it before, but I heard that I can do that and see it in Force Wielders or whatever.
I have seen it as well, although I am not sure that those things were Jedi.
Okay, you're gonna stand up. Well, I have faith in you, so wanna give it a try? I bet you can do it.
I think you might enjoy that too much.
Well, that depends on what happens, actually.
Well,
Look, as long as you don't die and I don't die, I think it'll be fine.
it's that first part that I'm worried about. But there's only one way to find out.
That's a spirit. I take out a shot and shoot him.
Wait, he's not. He has only this lightsaber in his hand.
So
Not even his own lightsaber.
I need Fluke to roll me an attack roll.
Okay, this is the closest I have for a normal blaster. Oh god, I rolled so high.
So
You'll be fine.
then I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, here goes nothing.
DC 24.
Come on, come on. Oh no,
Wow.
So then, very much unprepared, you just watch, and everything seems to slow down as Fluke raises his rifle, fires off a single shot.
What are you doing?
You try to react to the best of your ability, but your muscles just are not quite in tune enough to the action, and you get a nice and very nasty graze in your shoulder. Guess which one?
The one remaining good one?
Yes.
Oh, son of a... What is that for?
What the hell's going on? Oh, why is she shot? What the fuck?
What are you doing? You were supposed to deflect it. That was the point.
I don't know. I said I'd seen it done. I didn't say I knew how to do it.
How dare you get shot when I shoot you?
Let's not do this again. And he starts walking off towards the med bay.
Are you sure?
Hey, come on, we can use a smaller gun.
Don't worry. It's
not a big deal.
It's just like playing Spaceball.
He activates lightsaber, walks towards med bay.
We can use Jesse's gun. It's basically a toy. Come on.
Do you? Oh, hello again. Do you have anything for well, this? And he indicates this singe in his arm, which is clearly from a blaster.
Lie down on the bed, Finn.
Okay, and he lies down on the bed.
The good news: blaster bolts at the very least cauterize the wound.
Oh, good. What's the bad news?
Have you ever had a third-degree burn before?
Well...
Let me give you a hint. It's not fun. I haven't had third degree, but pouring hot oil over your hand, it's a close second.
I have been hit by a blaster before, so probably?
Well, whoever hit you, at the very least, well, there was a good shot. This is going to hurt.
Actually, do I want to use the antihistamines to lower? What's the fun in that? Yeah, but no. During this time, seeing that my own effects aren't helping that much with the adhesive, I'll do Vin a solid with my healer feat.
There you go. Wow, that was a
You actually
1.
have a healer feat. Wow.
God damn
I
it.
did not see that one coming.
He's a doctor.
Wow.
1d6 plus 4 plus hit points equal to the creature's max hit die, so equal to the creature's level.
Up. Okay, so
Ben, you feel
minus
better.
9 plus 10. Okay.
Actually heal you a little more than Fluke did to you.
Yeah.
Hmm?
With 1.
Hey, Jesse. Yeah, I'm looking
Hey.
for a small and pathetic gun. Do you have one of those?
Oh yeah, I have two in my in the next room over.
Oh, thanks. I'm looking for the smallest blaster I can find.
Take Vin's holdout blaster.
Like,
Nah, Baines has a crystal on it, and it's gonna hurt a lot if you use that.
Do you hear the R2 unit beep at you, Fluke?
Hmm?
Read the chat.
It's just gonna laugh and leave. What awful.
You guys have purchased the 2 perfect droids for your very particular crew, it seems.
This is why we also got ripped off for this Gonk droid. Did you know that? They're like 100 credits a pop.
Yep.
Spent 10,000 on one.
Yep.
Hey, Ben, good news. I found this blaster that Ben has, that Jesse has. It's basically a toy, so maybe we can try with this one.
What are you doing? And he pulls out his lightsaber this time. And
Oh, you're ready then.
Holds it up as like a defensive action.
Step out of the way.
No. Okay, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but not here. It's the medbay. We can break something.
Jesse, I'd like to point out you're
Am I
hearing
missing
gunfire
something?
in the ship.
Hmm?
You're hearing gunfire in the ship and
Blaster
screaming.
fire.
I'm sure
I
that's
swear-
fine.
This is something that you'd see in anime Star Wars. Just screaming on the ship as the clone trooper just chases the guy with the lightsaber around like, come on, deflect it. This would be anime level shit.
Anyway, so now here's the question. Are you actively basically trying to see if this is even possible for Vin to do, Fluke?
I'm actually trying to help Ben try to, learn to do that.
I'm
Okay.
healthy.
That's
So yeah, if Luke is going to do it, he's not gonna try to actually hit Vin. He's
okay.
gonna throw a slow ball, basically.
Okay, perfect. That's actually the answer I was hoping for. So, Fluke, if you'd be so kind as to roll at disadvantage, then roll a dexterity saving throw with advantage.
This will not end well.
Okay. I'm gonna use this one, but actually it's a minus. What is my dex? I'm gonna use this one, but it's not a +9. It's a +6.
Okay.
So minus 3, 10. It's a 10. Come on, you can do this.
Okay.
Ben, you
Wow.
suck!
You have a +6 to your dex save.
This is beautiful and thematic as all hell. I don't know how this keeps happening. So again, Vin, you watch. This time, you're more than prepared for it. Fluke is moving slowly, taking aim, giving you a second to get ready before pulling the trigger. Time almost seems to slow down to a crawl as you will your muscles to try to go faster and faster, trying to get the beam of your blade in front of that blaster bolt before it connects. And at the last possible second, you watch as the blaster bolt hits the beam and ricochets into the bulkhead.
It wasn't so hard.
He slowly turns to look up at the smoking hole in the ship.
I will be fine. We have duct tape. It's not our ship. Yeah.
We have scent glands. Not scent glands. Sticky
Glue?
glands or whatever it's called.
You have glue sacks.
Yeah.
Blue sacks.
So,
Well,
fun thing about this, I'm not gonna lie, I was actually hoping someone was gonna try this at some point with Vin. I just didn't, again, think it was gonna happen literally the session I gave her special feature. Vin, along with the 2 force powers that you're allowed to choose from your feature, add on for free accurate deflection from the force power list in the Homebrew.
I think Frovis didn't know.
I knew you could do it. See, okay, just let me. I'm gonna bring my rifle and we'll try again, okay?
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, that would also have added benefits if you pulled it off.
Eventually, we might try that. Maybe when you're not at half health.
I just love that this episode started with Fluke saying, no, I don't think I should kill him. We should give him a chance, and ended with Fluke trying to kill him.
I am helping in a way.
You are.
Are you Jarvan now?
We have the most interesting definitions of helping on this crew. Okay.
Anyway, they would say it was an eventful time. Y'all turn in for the night. Just kind of relaxing after the harrowing joy that was Bogano and the utter mindfuck that it was to all of you in your own unique ways. Taking solace in the fact that you definitely got Gracchus's prize. That said, Vin,
Mm-hmm.
you're not sure why your eyes open. But you do see the holocron, glowing dimly as it ever does. Before you notice, one of the corners of it slowly begins to twist and turn. And another corner. And another. And that is where we're going to end the session.
I was so ready to roll initiative.
Roll initiative against the holocron, bitches!
Fight a cube.
The box is moving. Kill it.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the movie Cube?
Isn't that the movie where like people are trying to escape from like cubes and they end up going through these certain death traps and sometimes they die and sometimes they don't?
Yeah.
I've read the
Well,
synopsis.
That sounds like a lot of movies, to be honest. Except
Right.
the cubes.
It wasn't good movies, but I mean, it was actually it's better than some of the stuff that's being put out these days.
It was
now I think about
a
it.
movie.
A lot of the older stuff is better than some of the stuff being put out nowadays.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and mute and deafen there. That's it. That's the end of this session, Radical viewers. And as usual, I hope you all enjoyed. And if you all did enjoy, a great way of showing that support, as always, by liking the video, subscribing to the channel, and of course sharing it with your friends. And tuning in next week to see what happens next. That all said, once again, thank you all for watching. And as usual, cheers to those that love us, the losers that lost us, and as always, the lucky sons of bitches that get to meet us. And we will catch you all in the next video. See you then.